Something's wrong. It's Dilly. Let me try something. Engage privacy mode. Okay, that worked. I think something's using the wrong microphone. I'll have to look into this tomorrow. OBS, it seems like the test duplicate mic thing isn't using the right source. Saying I'm back when on the intro screen didn't work. Wait, wrong mic even for this you're saying? Oh. Take a look. Oh yeah, that was it. Okay. Yeah. Okay, that should sound better, right? I think Mac OS just had the wrong mic selected. I don't know how that happens. Hey, Vafi, sounds better. Okay, yeah. Yeah, well, that explains it. That should be my hint next time. Whenever the voice commands don't work, that probably has the wrong mic selected. I was looking forward to the music stream. Yeah, I feel bad because I know I said on Monday, okay, yeah, we're going to do music. And really, nothing stops us from doing it if we get through the game design. Although I still don't think it makes sense. I look at the priorities for the game, and I think the biggest thing is going to be addressing feedback. The music is, I don't think it's possible to launch the game without music. I think that's the kind of thing that people would be like, this is an incomplete game. So I think it's necessary to launch, but we're not close enough to launch where it matters. And I think the feedback part is important. And I think from feedback, you address or you affect development and you affect the artwork that might be needed. I mean, for example, just imagine if we said, you know what, we're not going to have this be a game about selling stuff in a town, which would make no sense. But if we said that, then we would not need any of the artwork we have. We need new stuff. I don't think we're going to take a pivot to that level. But things like, what if we let the player build their own buildings? And yeah, that might need different artwork. And we could start working on that soon. This task is going to be very hard to do because there's a lot of feedback and there's a lot of just stuff to figure out. So I think I want to start a new document. Where's the current one? Scala Seller, game design, file, show file location. Okay, it's inside of an idle ascendance folder. But I'll just make I'll make a new file here and I'll call this like post. I guess I can show this now. Post checkpoint to game design improvements. Yeah. Work on notification system. Yeah, that sounds good. And that's not something that I suspect would change based on the game design stuff. So I think that's pretty safe. But still, there might be some tasks where it was like, okay, we wanted persistent life values, and then we revamp something. So let's see. I want to just consolidate everything we need to address. Hey, Thomas. I'm pretty sure you haven't been here in... Wait, no, I'm thinking of somebody else then. Or you have a new account. But there was someone with a very, very similar name to you a long time ago. I don't know if it's you. All right, so this is the to-do. It's you from 2017. Yeah. Well, welcome back. I myself had taken a long break from Twitch, but I'm back to doing this. There are a couple of relevant commands. And today we're going to be working on game design stuff. I don't know how much you know or how much you've seen already, but the game that I've been working on is called Scala Seller. Very, very different from Botland. And on Friday, I launched checkpoint number 2, which is like an alpha v0.2. So here's the game. You are a skeleton who started a town and you send adventurers to do battle and you win items from the battle and the items go into your shops and then you sell them to customers. And generally people said this was fun. In fact, I can show the feedback here. So we have 34 responses now and like 56% said, yes, I agree, it was fun. 27% said I strongly agree it was fun. And, you know, some people didn't like it. Some people were kind of neutral on it. But in general, I'd say this is pretty promising for an alpha. It means that, okay, people are at least playing through the game. And there were lots of responses beyond this. I'm just showing the graph because I don't want to show any personal information, but that's what we're going to try to address today. This is very different from Valland, yeah. Yeah, and in a lot of ways, that's a good thing. I think one of my biggest goals, and I've said this before, but I want to just kind of catch you up. So it's don't repeat the same mistakes I made with Botland. And I think there were a couple of things, like gigantic scope, like ever increasing timeline. I don't know, like the game changing super close to launch. Well, maybe not super close, but close to launch. And a bunch of other things. There's a lot of little things I want to do differently. So I'm trying to address those things with this. We've been releasing checkpoints every once in a while. Like I said, we're on checkpoint number 2. Checkpoint number 1 was May 17th, I want to say, and then this was July 26th. So this wasn't that long ago. The next one is probably going to be like late September. That's my guess. So I want to make sure that whatever game design changes we make here are things that people can test and let us know if they're good. And I'm sure we'll still get feedback, but I hope then it's little things. And we got a lot of little feedback here too. We just also got big feedback. So I want to consolidate all of this. Did we even do tennis this week? I don't think we did. I don't think we did because I was sitting at a piano. Oh, well, I'll just skip it for this week. It's not that important to do every single week. This should be fine. Did I ever change this? This is set pretty high, but I think it's okay. So this is the music stuff I have to do. Music to do. And then write these notes somewhere. There. Okay. So there are all the tasks for that. Let's put that down here. All right, cool. Well, we cleaned up the list. Are there any other ideas that are down here? I don't think so. There's some general work I need to do, some cleanup stuff. The Mel interview is online, though, and the Sharon interview is online. They're unlisted links for right now, but I'll publish them at some point. I just put the Steve interview online, like fully public, posted on GitHub. It's here if anyone wants a link. And I watched through it once to edit and then once to just kind of experience it. And I like it. I think it was a good conversation. I mean, I liked it at the time too. It's just in the moment, it feels different from rewatching it. Still haven't booked another interview. So overview, goal, the main goal of this entire document is to figure out the big changes I want to make to Skeleseller. I think it's just about figuring out what more there is to do. Let me get the game design document up. We need to address these tasks. Yeah. Tackle all these items. Good. Yeah, things to file. Okay. Let me go find some feedback that I had. I consolidated it all somewhere. Yeah, here it is. Feedback summary. Oh, nice. This pasted pretty well. Yeah, sort of well. I just need this to be... Yeah, that works. Just need this to be a proper list. Okay. So the biggest thing, resolution font problems, cool. That's pretty obvious. We're just going to fix that stuff. Refresh rate problems. Yep, that's pretty obvious. I think I'm just going to... Yeah, let's see. One more to do in the game. I think this is the one we need to really focus on. One more replayability, some confusion stuff. think that's really a problem. Post-battle stats, yeah, pretty straightforward. See which items you got. Sure, sure. Actually, more people said this one, and I'm surprised about it, but yeah, maybe we should change that. Wanted the sale of an item to be more obvious. Penalty, more meaning to customers. Okay, so yeah, I think this is just what are we doing in the game? What's the big thing we need to do? This revolves around having something else to do in the game, i.e. people like the idle part, but they want a more active part. To settle back in? Yeah, what brought you back to Twitch? This journey has been, I think, very interesting. So we started, when was it? Like here-ish? March 13th. Started designing a new game. Oh, interesting. I forgot about that. Yeah, started designing a new game, and back then it was called Idle Ascendance, and it was this game, and you can play it if you want to. It's not great. Hey, Ithalki. But this game was like what Skeleseller turned into. You could manually move your character around the map by clicking. You could get into battles, and then you had to actually choose your battle action. And eventually this became automated, and you had this skill tree, and that's it. That was pretty much the whole game. It was just get into battle after battle after battle. And it wasn't great. And you can see a lot of like rough edges. There's a bunch of just blank gray space on the map and everything. It's like it was just done super fast to see if it would be good. And I like what it evolved into. Yeah, feedback summary. I really think this is the only important thing. In fact, I think it's worth doing something like this. That's it. Okay, so high level ideas. We could add many small systems so that you always have something to do. We could try to add one big system. We could try to start the game with the current systems less automated. I guess the other thing I want to figure out is the building stuff. Secondary goal is to address player confusion by allowing a player to build up the town themselves. Need to figure out what that would look like. Is there anything else we could do here? I think this is pretty much it for how to give the player something manual to do. And then Monadic Bind had suggested that any manual components should probably only speed up progression, but be optional. I'll say be optional and only speed up progression. That way idle players are still happy. Okay, I had a bunch of ideas, and we're just gonna have to explore some of these. Let's see. Man, there are a bunch of these. Okay, so this is gonna be a little unorganized at first. Some of these are small. This doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. Yeah, this is separate. So customer management was one of these. Let's just kind of let's talk about some of these things. Scratch. So customer management. You choose who comes into your town and when they have to leave, and if you don't, then the game picks for you. Like you hire Bob the customer, and he has 3 speed and 5 money and 1 recharge rate and loves potions and hates weapons. Did I write this out somewhere? Yeah, here it was. Okay, maybe we'll just say like customer focused ideas. You see a list of potential customers to invite into your town. So like you see Edward the Paladin. Edward is level 1, likes armors, kind of likes weapons, hates potions, has some money and walk speed stats. They can level up themselves. That gives the customers some personality. They could even unlock abilities. And then this led to, what if your adventurers are the customers? uh, where do we have that idea? Yeah, this. So these are three ideas. I guess this one's not actually unique, is it? No. Yeah, so this is 2 ideas then. Idea number 1 is you are controlling which customers enter your town separately from adventurers. And the other idea is your adventurers are the customers. Oh, wait, a bunch of these ideas got like smashed together. Yeah, I'll put these back in the other document for now. Okay. So let's just kind of think about this for a second. One nice thing about this is that it would give you some attachment to the customers. Maybe we could spawn a pool of them beforehand off screen and just move them in or out so they always exist. They have the same stats or properties. Yeah, we could do that. I'm not totally sure what that's trying to address though. If it's a performance thing or just a like where these customers come from. But what I was kind of picturing here, and maybe this is a bad idea, we're still going to figure it out, but imagine you saw something like choice number 1, Edward the Paladin, and then choice number 2 says whatever, Legolas the Ranger. um, and it would show you some stats like max money is maybe 500, but um, spendiness or something like that is a 1 out of 10. So they've got a lot of money, but they don't spend a lot. Maybe they've got like a walk speed of 4. And same thing, there'd be stats over here too. Maybe their max money is low, but they really like buying stuff. Likes weapons. Walk speed is 8. Something like that. So you'd be picking the customers. And the idea here is that, okay, this one, let's put a likes up here. This one likes weapons, and I have a bunch of weapons. So let's get this customer into the town. And then as you play through the game, maybe what could happen is you end up with, your 50th choice of a customer could be something like, Richie Rich, who's just got a ton of money and loves spending it and likes everything and has a high walk speed. And it's like, okay, at that point, all your customers are just like generic customers, and there's less you have to manage. So something like this. Benefits. It would give you some attachment to customers. It's another point of progression. At the beginning of the game, maybe you're only getting customers who want specific items or categories of items. And toward the end, maybe you get customers who will buy anything. And there was one other nice benefit of this, which is, oh yeah, it plays into the inventory management of the game. If you have too many weapons, then you should get a customer who wants to buy weapons. Yeah. Very specific characters probably only buy specific items. Yeah, I guess the cons of this system would be we need artwork that differentiates customers and adventurers. It doesn't really make sense lore-wise why you'd be managing who enters your town. And there's one other thing I think would be tough. It does feel like a decent amount of micromanagement. To have to control which customers are in your town at any given time. I guess that's kind of the point. We're trying to give you some amount of micromanagement here. So yeah, let's keep ideating. Next one was maybe your adventurers are the customers. That could be interesting. So I'm not totally sure how this would work. But I guess your adventurers would be buying the items when they're in town. Also, I might as well write out the whole pros and cons thing. Pros, cons. Okay, pros of this would be we could stop adventurers from stocking things, which is a whole level of confusion that players currently have. Cons, we need to reintroduce workers into the game. All right, whole level of confusion that players currently have. Maybe it's just via cloning. It makes sense that adventurers would want the items in the first place and would be buying multiple. It sort of addresses the what's the like the player fantasy of wanting to equip items. It could even impact their battle stats. E.g., if they recently bought a weapon, they do more damage. I don't like that idea, but this is the kind of thing we could do. But still, how does this work? They'd be buying the items when they're in town. Maybe they recharge their money by battling. Cons, this might be confusing. And another con is that you would need a lot of adventurers for this to work. And it doesn't really make sense that they're buying the items that they're finding. AG at the beginning of the game, when you only have, oh, I just realized I forgot to change my tags. I'm not actually planning on coding today. Let me go change that really fast. Delete C#, Godot, Godot engine. Cool. At the beginning of the game, when you only have 1 to 2 adventurers, then they almost never be around to be able to buy items. So that on its own kind of makes me think this idea can't exactly work. And maybe it is about the customer management stuff. But these are just two ideas of what we could have happen. And we don't have to use either one. It could be that customers are just the customers that are in the game right now. They enter your town, they wander around, they buy some items. You know, if I just click grant items over here and also speed this up a little bit. Okay, there. So yeah, so we see these stocking up items and customers just go buy them. And that's it. I don't feel like you feel an attachment to customers necessarily. And I think it'd be cool. Okay, it would be kind of cool if like customers leveled up and you saw them level up when they buy too much or buy it enough. Customers could level. Oh yeah, I wrote that already. I think this is a cool idea. I feel like it does address a lot. Artwork that differentiates customers and adventurers. Doesn't really make sense lore-wise. And it may get confusing with adventurers that you have multiple things that can level up and they level up in different ways. Also, is this, I guess it would be kind of an interesting choice to have to manage this. Like you have the warrior who just wants every single weapon that exists in the game. And maybe when you get the warrior to level 6, they're buying all the weapons you have, but then you need to sell armors. And it's a question of like, okay, I guess I got to take the warrior out of the town. what I don't want it to turn into is I have weapons. Okay, put in the weapon buying person. Okay, I have armors. Put in the armor buying person. I just don't think that's an interesting decision. May not be an interesting decision to manage this at all. I have weapons, so put the warrior customer in town. I have armor, so put the paladin customer in town. The idea of these existing and you not controlling them could still be interesting. Maybe you see a warrior character and they are just buying weapons and you're like, oh, that's the character that buys weapons. Well, I think something else is kind of missing here. Okay, main topics. Number one is having something else to do in the game. The other is address player confusion, e.g. by allowing the town to be built up from scratch. And the third thing is address the items not meaning much right now. Yeah, if customers can buy any item, then yeah, it doesn't feel like, oh, okay, why do I care that I got a potion versus a Dragon Slayer sword? And maybe there's an elegant thing that addresses all of these at once. Although I think the one about player confusion is addressed separately. Okay, so customer focused ideas. I think we've explored. I'm not sure I'm super happy with them. Actually, there's another idea that I have. High level ideas. You manage customers, e.g. hire Edward the paladin to the town. Another is your adventurers are the customers. And another is like maybe you can run ads to get certain customers in town, e.g. weapon buying people. Well, we need things like manually clicking the shop items to remove them so workers can replace them. So in case you have customers that need different items than what you have on the displays. Yeah, so I think something like that will work to give, like, we have a bunch of different requirements, right? We need something else to do in the game. We need to address some of these things. And what you suggested could do that. But is it the best possible way? And like, I don't know yet. I don't even think any of the things I've talked about so far are the best possible way. I think there's going to be something that we need to like dig and dig and dig and then figure out, okay, yes, this does work. Here are the things it addresses. Here's how it works. About a slightly higher level system of marketing and notoriety. Like you can choose a marketing campaign to get more customers of certain types to come in. And notoriety, where the more items of a given type you sell, the more your town is known as providing good quality of an item and increasing the number of customers who come for that type. First of all, hey Quark. Second, yeah, this is a whole other level of things we should probably talk about, like economy or arbitrage focused ideas. So high level ideas here are things like there's an economy, there's a supply and demand, or there's a demand for items, I guess, that you can satisfy. The customers of certain types. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking right now. We have these shops, and there are only three, right? There's the blacksmith, so the little sword icon. There's the armor smith, the helmet icon, and then the potion guy, the potion icon. And each shop only sells that one type of item. So the way that the game is set up now is you might have, like if I just deleted customers and I gave you a bunch of items, you might have that the armor shop is full. But the way that the game is set up now is that it's not full for very long. In fact, if we count down, that's probably like 5 seconds before that item was purchased. So for you to have to run advertising campaigns would mean either that you have a very large inventory of items. So instead of there being 1 or 2 or 3 helms, there's like 27 helms. Or that customers are just very infrequently buying these things. So you still only have 3 helms, but maybe they buy them once per minute. So that's actually an interesting way of doing this sort of thing. Yeah, what if we like drastically slowed down your item acquisition rate? could change item acquisition rate so that it feels, well, this is actually probably separate. In fact, I'll just write this here. Idea, should we change, like drastically change the item acquisition rate so that it feels like you have too much inventory and need to push it on people? So maybe battling isn't just always done at the beginning. Okay, I wanted to go back a bit. A long time ago, we planned on having multiple buildings of the same type. Or not having, but allowing, I guess. And the idea was that each building would have a level and could then sell certain items. Maybe you assign items to a particular shop, sort of like what Darkstorm was talking about. Although I'm not totally sure how this would work. There are kind of two options here. Option number one would be you say that the blacksmith sells, iron sword and steel axe. Hey, Land4. Pulling Relogic, what about the final update? Yeah. Say the blacksmith sells iron sword and steel axe for now, so no other items can be listed. Option number two is you drag iron sword to a particular shop, and now that's what's being sold. You know what? Actually, another idea here, and this could be interesting idea. Make it a player-wide ability to let adventurers act as workers. That way the player is in the loop about what's going on. We can even explain that items don't disappear. Okay, so in this idea that I was thinking about, you would assign certain items to a shop and say, you sell these for now. I think the problem with this is that unless you're going to like 10 different instances, you're probably getting the same small-ish pool of items, such that this isn't super interesting. This one is maybe a little bit more interesting. I don't think shops would be specialized anymore. Maybe item displays are specific to an item type. Like there's a weapon stand, an armor rack, and a what would be for potions? A potion stand? I don't know. Would it change too much if we started with just one building and you have to unlock the others? No, I think that's necessary. So I don't think it would change too much. I think we have to do that no matter what solution we come up with, because I think players are confused at the beginning, and I think a lot of that confusion will be alleviated if there was just less going on. Like right now you have this giant town, but imagine if it starts and the camera's just zoomed in on like, hey, I'm a blacksmith or I'm an armor smith or something like that, and I've got one item display, and it's like, okay, now you get an item, you see it go over to here, and now a customer pops out of the portal and it's like, look, a customer. And so that's a good way of introducing people to the game. So I think we need to do that. I think we probably need to allow you to build, and that means we probably also need to allow you to control the paths to these places, almost to the point where I wonder if you literally should be placing paths. Like we give you an auto tile tool. It just lets you say like, okay, I'm going to build a path, and or maybe it happens automatically. I don't know. I haven't figured that out yet. All right, but let's look through some of these other ideas that we have here. These are like kind of minor ideas. Change what a shop can stock dynamically. Maybe you can customize item displays. Maybe you unlock item displays that stock multiple types of items and mean you have to change your displays based on what you're getting. Yeah. Maybe we have like a shop focused ideas. Change a shop's stock. dynamically. Let's see what else we have. Manually move items to a shop. Building. Yeah, not having auto battle from the get-go I think is important. There's enough to do with building and getting customers. Yeah, I guess there's like building focused ideas. High level ideas here are you build up your town, buildings, paths, etc. Another idea was building takes a really long time, but items / money can be used to speed it up. So let's delete that. Let's delete this. Maybe, do we have any item focused things? Not really, I guess. But maybe it's like you can craft items to change your current stock into something more desirable. Multiple towns? Oh man. I don't think we're gonna ever do that, but yeah. So we're trying to hire a new adventure. I had to put in X points. Some player-wide skills can be manifested as a rare item. Oh yeah, I think this would be cool. Yeah, I wrote some interesting ideas. These don't necessarily address what I'm trying to work on now, but yeah, like this, a golem or a gargoyle class has two forms. In one, damage is negated and it's converted to healing, and in the other, it does damage. It's like, okay, yeah, that's a cool class, sure. But like that's not going to address the problem right now. But this is just a mega list of ideas. Good question is, how do we add excitement? Right now, there's no real hoping for any particular item. I feel like there need to be some long burn quests. Only allow you to carry so much money. Only allow you, the player, to have so much money at once. Items represent progress. Streaming campaign. Raid takes up all 3 battle slots. Bosses. Yeah. Oh, hey, by the way, Darkstorm, are you watching right now? I know you were watching just recently, but I wanted to bring something up to you. And it was this. Actually, I'll just paste this in chat. Ski had this feedback. Yeah, well, for anyone who's not Darkstorm and is still curious, so Ski provided this feedback where this is what the storeroom looks like, and I think Ski thought these are where the item displays should go, and the outer columns and rows don't have them. And to me, I thought this was just aesthetic, but I'm not actually totally sure. So it is kind of interesting to think, like, should that be everywhere, or is that aesthetic? Okay, so let's focus on some of these for right now. If there's a demand for items, then it probably means that you would be satisfying this demand by going to a different battle location. That in itself isn't super compelling. Like, oh, hey, customers really want potions. They're willing to pay triple for them. It's like, okay, go change where you're battling and go to the place where potions drop. And I guess there are some other ideas. Maybe we could make this, I shouldn't just be shooting down my own things that I'm trying to bring up here. Maybe we could make this better by you can upgrade instances to make them drop different or better loot. That's the only idea I had. All right, well, the crafting thing is kind of interesting. Crafting. Um, suppose customer. I don't know. I feel like a crafting thing is just going to be complex, and it's still not going to give you too much to do. It's just going to be clicking different things. Maybe we should be looking at this from the point of view of what are some actions that sound like an interesting thing for the player to do. What are the kinds of actions we want the player to be doing? Are they challenging, tedious, or just something to do? I think generally idle games tend to go the tedious route and the something to do route. I don't really think there's a whole lot of planning except at a very high level of like, all right, I'm saving up for this thing. And it's like the marshmallow experiment. If I do save up, then I'll get 2 marshmallows later. And if I don't, then I'll get some immediate benefit now, but maybe it's not really all that worthwhile. And I look at this and I think we have a game about a shop and selling items. And the items don't really matter right now. They're just delayed ways of making money. So how do we make the items matter? There needs to be some decision making around it. And it shouldn't just be, hey, I need potions, so just go get potions. Hey, Josepher. Yeah, now we have a proper map. We've got this auto repeat battle thing here. I think you could already have multiple battles going, but now you definitely can. Auto battle. Could be fun if higher quality items had bigger, more exciting effects and sounds when they drop when they sell. I do think that would be good. I just think that we need to figure out what is the player going to be doing. And in my mind, that's the kind of thing that is helpful, but is not necessarily going to change what the player does. It'll just make for some more excitement. I guess there is another high level idea we could apply here. I'm waiting for these characters to win the battle. Stupid warrior and cleric suck. The bad there. All right, there's another high level idea, which is don't do any of this stuff and lean into the idleness of the game. I don't think this is a good idea, but it is something we can do. Definitely more of a polish, yeah. Yeah, I guess there's that thinking from earlier. This is a game about running a town and selling items, but the items don't really matter to players right now. They're just delayed ways of getting money. And we could do things like, what if the items weren't guaranteed to sell? So yeah, there was some kind of demand and you had to figure out, you had to meet that demand somehow. You know what? Actually, I just thought of an idea. When it comes to managing items, we could just have it so that you click an item to assign a free worker to it to do the action, where the action is restocking or trashing it. Hey, War Eagle. It does need more eagles. In fact, maybe that's the way we fix this. Just add a bunch of eagles at the game. So another economy focused idea is you could set prices for your items. Fully back to streaming. You got the sub button re-enabled? Yeah. I've been back since December. But hey, Demon Wolf. Cool to have optional manual things like that, clicking on the item, etc., that add to the game but aren't 100% necessary. Yeah, and that's what we're trying to figure out. That's the main question here. Yeah, so either we could add a bunch of small systems, e.g. farming, crafting, etc. We could add one big system. We could try to start the game with the current systems less automated. And maybe we should think about this route a little bit. Although less automated, that means that you're doing something. I still don't know what you would be doing. Are not spots with the upgrades? I left like a one tile space because these details are actually just tile corners. So I couldn't place them. They'd be cut in half. Just a coincidence. Yeah, that's what I thought, Darkstorm. But I shared the feedback because something that may seem like it's just aesthetic to one person may seem functional to another person, and it may be a little bit jarring and seem like a bug. Like for Ski to have reported on this probably means we should just have a less symmetrical design. My whole town had jobs as they built a sorting place here. Oh, a sorting place? And they fired everyone? Yeah, Amazon has, I think more than 1 million employees, right? Amazon number of employees. I'm sorry to hear about your town and your dad, by the way. Yeah, 1.5 million. And I was going to say, at this scale, it's not like the company can care about really any of their employees. When you have, let's say, 10 employees working for you and one person gets let go, it's like, oh, there goes a member of our really small, tight team. And I just feel like, I don't know, Amazon is this corporate behemoth. I need to move the storeroom by one tile, but that'd break everything. Wait, would you? Isn't this just part of the tile set? Can't we just get a stone pattern here that doesn't have a corner on it? Happy there to just clock in, do the packages, come home and chill. Yeah. Yeah. I think I think a lot of things that are not really salient to game design, but this is our modern world that we live in now. And Amazon has been doing very metrics driven kind of every task. It's like if you're working in engineering, then they stack rank you, and I think they let the bottom people go. If you're working in deliveries or stocking, then they know how fast you should be going. And if you're not going that fast, they'll find someone who is. And yeah. Check the tile map. That'll explain it better. Okay, yeah. I'll go take a look. Town. Tile map. Wait, where do those even... Oh, I'm not looking at the storeroom. Like, where do those even come from? I don't think I understand from this. Let me see. If I erase something, does this erase this? Yeah, it does. So I guess what I was trying to say is, couldn't we just do this and just delete them? Do you count as an Amazon worker because you stream on Twitch? I don't think so. I'm not employed by Amazon. I just happen to get paid. I think the 1.5 million is like the number of employees. Also, hey, Captain Cat. Oh, I'm glad, Mr. Demon Wolf. Yeah, it's good to see you again. Also, I don't know if I said this, but hi, Fled. There was a thought that had struck me, and then I probably discarded it immediately. I don't remember what it was. Oh yeah, the whole what if you are just slowly automating these things? I want to pursue that for a little bit. Let's think about that. I don't even know where we put that, but okay, so the idea of building up a town and then automating actions implies that you would be manually doing something that workers eventually do. So how would you restock items? I guess by dragging them to a shop. But why would you ever even need to do this if you are the skeleton that's in the game? Yeah, yeah, that's Godot, yeah. Some streamers have a contract with Amazon. I think that would count as an employee. Just having a contract with a company doesn't make you an employee necessarily. it could make you a contractor. I don't know what, I just quickly looked up like Amazon number of employees. I don't know what the stats are behind this. Where do they have, do they say if they're full-time or contractors, or I just see stats here. This doesn't actually say anything. Anyway, yeah, I'm not sure. Regardless, it's a ton of people, right? Like whether they're contractors, whether they're just like, I don't think they'd just be Twitch streamers, because I think in that case there would be way, way more people. Yeah. Did I miss something here? I'm not sure if I missed something. Trying to get into Godot, but the resources are a bit limited because relatively new. I wouldn't say they're limited. I learned back in 2020, and even then I thought they were pretty good. Do you feel like a specific thing is lacking, Cap and Cat? Because I think there should be enough for you to just kind of get started. It's a bit confusing. There are 4 tiles on the right in the atlas of those corners, so it looks weird even with even number of tiles. Well, I would say hold off on changing any tile maps, because we might do something where you are building up parts of the town. And in that case, we probably need like plots of land that you can develop, or maybe not plots of land and maybe they're trees and you need to like cut down the trees first or something. In fact, that's probably something I should write down here. Building focused ideas. Maybe you even have to cut down trees and clear paths for this to work. Okay. So let's say you start the game. You have to build an alchemist shop. Yeah, you have to build an alchemist shop somewhere. And it gets built, but you're the NPC, you're the vendor, I guess. So not really you. You're, darn it, this is what's hard. Like you are both the skeleton and also the player of the game, the person behind the computer. So it gets built, but you're the vendor, I guess. You're the skeleton, which is also you. Stocks items to the shop, and then you maybe put them on display. Then eventually you can hire the NPC. The NPC can give you quests, but then you're doing nothing. At that point, you're back to doing nothing. Is the game out yet? Looks really fun. Checkpoint number 2 was launched on Friday, which you can play at this link. How has it been developing in Godot? It's been good. I like it. Yeah. Is it similar to Stardew Valley? I would not say it's similar to Stardew Valley. No. I think the graphics are like kind of sort of similar, but beyond that, it's not really that similar. Yeah. How difficult do you think a jigsaw puzzle would be to create with Godot? Should be quite doable, right? Yeah, I think so. I don't think it should be too bad. You're halfway through building your kingdom, then it switches to you being the monsters. Well, there'd be a way of you controlling those monsters, and I don't know how even that would work. Like the problem we're trying to solve, and this is what I always think is important in game design discussions, is you typically tackle it from like a problem solution mentality, not just a like, this would be cool. When you're beginning to design a game, I think it's cool to throw out a bunch of these ideas and just think, okay, yep, what if we did this? What if we did this? What if we did this? But right now we have a problem, which is like players are confused about how the game works. Players want more to do. And there are some ideas that I have, which is like, oh, add a paladin class, where it's like, okay, yeah, that's great. And we definitely should do that, but it doesn't address the problem that we have. Also, those stocks took me some time to understand. And part of the reason why it took you some time to understand is because there's no intro to the game right now. The whole story of like, you were battling in a forest, you got poisoned, you died, you became a skeleton. Like that's supposed to be something that's told to the player. And it's just not told to the player right now. In fact, maybe we just draw some simple pictures and say like, story, eventually this will be animated. And we have you as an adventurer, and then you are getting poisoned and then you die. And you can do a system of timed orders where a customer requests an item and will buy it for a premium price if you get it to them fast enough. The player could think about how to optimize which orders to fill by running certain instances. Could tie into town upgrades and instance upgrades for higher tier items. Yeah. Yeah, so what would we say? I think this would fit into the economy ideas. I'll just paste this here for now. Well, thanks, Captain Cat. Yeah, and I hope you do get into Godot. I'm happy to help over Discord for any questions you have. Force you to abandon your instances and go to the specific ones where the required items drop. Well, you say the word force, but remember that at any point you can just be idle and just get money, but it'll take slightly longer. And this is what I think most idle games deal with. Like I said, if the floor of earning money is like 5 gold per minute and the ceiling of earning money is 5,000 gold per minute, then you probably don't want to just sit around because you're going to wait around for 1,000 minutes in order to just get the gold you could have gotten in 1 minute. And this is how idle games tend to work. They're like, yep, there really is this difference between the floor and the ceiling, and you do need to optimize to try to get, maybe you don't get to the maximum, but maybe you work your way up to like 500 gold per minute. That's still a 100x increase. And at that point, you might be like, all right, I'm comfortable here. And now to get to the maximum amount of money, you wait 10 minutes. Okay, that's more reasonable for some players. So the way we would, quote unquote, force people to do this is we would have to really, really drastically differentiate the floor and the ceiling. And it's not something I was comfortable doing because I feel like that's leaning into the idleness of the game. Rare item bounties for like 50x value. But there's an interesting thing with that too, and this goes back to Animal Crossing and the whole turnips thing that I was talking about. If the best way to play the game is to get this like 50x item, then it's sort of like Quidditch in Harry Potter, right? Getting the snitch invalidates the rest of the game. It's like, just get these items. Who even cares about the rest of them? So it needs to be. I guess this is where we need a high level view of like what's fun and how do we steer the player toward what's fun. And dropping everything you're doing in a battle to go to a different instance could be fun. Maybe it is. Maybe managing that stuff is fun. But maybe it is like choosing where the items are being sold in your town. Maybe it's taking into account their pathing and everything. Manually move items to a shop. When it comes to moving items to a shop, maybe pathing is something you have to consider. E.g., a customer is on the west side of your town and you have many item displays on the east side, but the customer isn't there. Maybe you even have to direct them with signs or something, or nudge them toward the east. Add the feeling to look at an ant colony, moving parts everywhere. An idea to improve would be to add parts of the game. Yes. Adding step by step, I think, is an important thing we're gonna need to do. Yeah, and that whole player intro to the game is something that it's just almost not worth focusing on at first if you don't know what game you're gonna end up with, because then the intro is gonna have to change completely too. And yeah, there's not a lot of development time that went into that checkpoint. Okay, I think I should go back to taking breaks at regular times. So this would be a good break time. So where I left off here is still trying to answer some of the big questions. And I think if we think about this for long enough, we'll come up with something that's pretty good. So I'll be right back. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Oh, okay, we got it. Close the game. Okay, so yeah, imagine we start with a town. Or sorry, imagine we start with one shop and like one item stand. Probably should have restarted the game, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, you start with one thing and we say, okay, hire your first adventurer. So you do that. Then get into a battle. Then you get an item. Goes in your storeroom. If you were to drag it into a shop, problem is you only have one shop you can drag it into right now. And especially if we only give you one shop, there's no choice. It's just drag this item over here. And I guess giving you the option to do that is maybe interesting. Although it is probably tedious if you're zoomed in and you're like, all right, I'm dragging, and now you have to scroll the map and then place it on a specific thing. I think if you're gonna, okay, let's expand on this. Manually moving items. If you're going to have to manually move items, there would have to be multiple destinations for that item. Otherwise, what you're doing is purely mechanical. Like there would be no decision making. If I just say, "Hey, turn this crank," it's like, well, okay, I'll do that a couple times. But if I say, "Okay, now do it 1,000 times," you're gonna be like, "This is not a fun game." So it could be that different shops have different properties. Could be the different item displays have different properties. And it could be that customers are closer to a particular destination. But when you start with just one shop, and one item display, then that throws a lot of this out the window. Yeah, what if you're directing your workers to do that thing then? Is you click an item display, so now it's prioritized to be moved to a shop? Still unclear what you're doing here. Yeah, I think this makes more sense. This makes more sense with how the game is made, with how the game exists right now. Since you represent two things, so having a floating magical hand move items is less strange, or is weirder than guiding your characters to get the items. Excuse me. Darkstorm, thank you for tuning in. And thanks for the suggestions and everything. I am just so torn on a lot of this. I don't want to pull you out of lurking, but the way I look at this is the design impacts the code. All of this takes time to iterate on, and then we need to test this stuff. So it's like, let's say we just said, okay, we're going to allow manually moving items. Then I guess the design is pretty much settled, and then we have to code this up, and then we have to see, is it fun? And I feel like on its own, it wouldn't be. Like you can figure out how much time should be spent in the arena and in carrying items. You can already kind of do that though. If you want them to be in battle, you have auto battle on, and if you don't, then you just cancel it. And it's a little bit more of a manual way of doing things. Like you're not saying, okay, for these 2 in-game hours, do battling, and then for 2 in-game hours, do shopping. This actually brings me to another point, I guess, which is what if we had, if I just said other ideas, high-level ideas a day-night cycle where you can only accomplish certain things in the day, or just the day number advances and you may not have finished everything. I'm trying to think, is there any video game? I guess Ocarina of Time has a shop and the shop displays the items. Just wanted to look at this and see if I got any inspiration. It's a really tiny picture. Like, what do you do as a player in this game? You're deciding what items do I need because I have a limited inventory. I guess we'll never have that because items aren't functional. So there wouldn't be deciding which ones you need. But the customers probably have needs. And we talked about that before. What if there was a customer that just wants a specific weapon or any kind of weapon? And in this shop, you have all different kinds of items being stocked. Should we mix them? Does that do anything for us? Should we have shops that can sell any kind of item? What would be the point of different shops? I guess the shops themselves could start specializing. Gee, maybe one shop has plus 50% weapon sales. Or plus 50% weapon value when sold, or something like that. This is interesting. I guess we'd have to force you to specialize. And we would have to allow you to choose where each item will go. Oh, man, none of this sounds fun to me. Like, in this idea, imagine if, okay, this display, or maybe this whole shop, currently the armor smith, let's say got plus 50% value from armors. So when you sell these, they're actually selling for 9, not 6. The problem is this could presumably also sell weapons, but you wouldn't want it to because your weapon shop would be giving you plus 50%. So now you need to manage where the items go. But does it feel good to do that? And wouldn't you just want to set like, this is my armor shop, don't put anything else there? I think you would. This decision wouldn't be fun. You'd always want to put the item in the place where it will sell for the most. If customers didn't move as quickly, though, maybe it would matter. I find myself wanting to go back to the whole building up a town thing. Because like I said, I think that's just got to be a conclusion here no matter what. You start with one shop, but then what are you doing in the game? Going back to building up the town. Start with one shop. What are you doing? Goose, thanks for the resub. 18 MOs. What's the driving mechanic for the game? I assume with seller in the manage, in the name, the endpoint is to manage shops and selling items. Is this a valid assumption? Yeah. And I mean, that's how the game is positioned now. I think it should always be called Skeleseller. I like the name, and I think having you be a skeletal shopkeep is interesting. But yeah, I'm just not sure what you're doing. We could have other ideas like you're buying items. you could buy items from some other town or traveling salespeople. At first, learning the game, then building your next item display, maybe via a quest or your next building. Maybe you get armors but can't sell them at the Alchemist. Or maybe you can sell them there, and there's this implicit minus 50% or like plus 50% potion sales from the Alchemist. That way you don't lose items. You wouldn't have to manage which item displays get used though. It would always prioritize the shop that would make the most money. A shopkeeper, you could buy items, sell items, manage inventory, provide discounts, run sales, ask adventurers to get specific items. Yeah, yeah. I'm torn because I'm not sure where the fun would be coming from exactly. And I played this game Moonlighter a while ago, and it had kind of a tedious item selling system. You set prices on items that you found in these dungeons. So here they've set the price of this to 126, and here they've set it to a little over 2,000. And customers would look at it and they'd be like, oh my God, this is a deal. And they'd buy it immediately, or they'd say it's too high. And you had a limited amount of time to sell things. So if you didn't find the right price quick enough, like that was it, your day was over. And now you need to wait for the next day. But setting these prices is really just a binary search of like start at 50. Okay, they're turning up their nose, set it to 25 or something. Okay, now set it to 37. Yeah, that's pretty good. And at some point, you just kind of don't care what's the best possible price, right? Are you going to try to maximize if it's 37 or 38? So this was setting prices in that particular example. Some of the stuff you mentioned is already kind of in the game, like choosing where you want to do battle. Eventually, this will show you here the items you would get from these locations, and it just doesn't show you that now. But yeah, definitely could. Oh, also, there's a tiny bug there. I'll write this in the tiny bug. If there are going to be tooltips in the levels section of the instance list, then the level label should take up the full column that it's in. That way you don't have to hover exactly over the number 1, for example. I should probably take a picture so it's clear what I'm talking about. There. Hey, 3D Extended. There can be lots of fun in managing one or more shops. I guess it depends on what you're doing to manage it, though. Like, I'm assuming you're familiar with how the game works now, which is you're finding items and your workers and adventurers are automatically putting the items into the correct shops. So if you were to manage items, you could manage their acquisition, which is choosing where you go battle. You could manage their destination, which currently doesn't matter because you only have one armor shop and one weapon shop, but that would have to matter somehow. Or you could do some kind of like post-processing on the items, maybe something like crafting. That's the trick of game design. Okay, yeah, no, I agree. I just don't have any ideas exactly for how this looks concretely. This game using RPG Maker? No, this is using Godot. And hey, Kairos. All right, well, let's look at this again. Yeah, so what if you start with one building and it's just a shop. It's not an alchemist, it's not anything else, it's just a shop. And you mostly find potions. But if you find an armor, you can sell it and it just doesn't sell for a whole lot. But this is still the whole automating your thing. So you build your next building, You realize you start getting swords, so you build the blacksmith. Yeah, you're not doing anything in this case. Still haven't figured out what you're doing. Really nailed it. Oh, thanks, 3D Extended. And look who it is in chat, if it isn't Steve. I enjoyed it too. Steve, I watched it twice yesterday. Once to edit it, and then once because I was like, I wonder what this would feel like now watching it on YouTube. Do you start with all 3 shops? Yeah, you do, but that's not going to be the case in the final game. It was just a case of like not enough development time to be able to do that, to start with just one. But yeah, in the future, I think you'll start with 1 shop, 1 item display. You'll probably hire your first adventurer. It'll teach you how to play the game. You know, you'll go through your first battle. You'll get an item, and it'll be like, oh, look, my adventurer is putting it in the shop. I get how item selling works. Maybe you already worked this idea through, but maybe it could be something like your minions are in the various locations fighting heroes to get their weapons and armor that resell to the heroes. Who is Steve? I had questions. It's Syntonic. Lemon drop. I wrote this somewhere. Where did I write this? Yeah, this. Okay, so yeah, high level idea. Your adventurers are the customers. I think that's what you're suggesting. Like you have the rogue, and the rogue really wants like weapons, and the mage really wants potions or something like that, and they go act as your customers. The only thing the only thing that doesn't really make sense there is if they're the ones getting the items, why are they then buying them from you? Like, why do they need you at all? But that's something you could paper over. I'm still not sure the mechanics actually work of that. Oh, here it was. Yeah. Yeah, you need a lot of adventurers for that to work. Also, I don't think that gives the player something to do. I think it's just changing how customers buy things. All right, maybe what we need to do is list everything the player could be doing. So it's moving items, crafting items, buying items from another town / salesperson, setting prices, maybe moving items. Part of that could be like directing workers on where to move. They're kind of the same thing. What else could you be doing? Some other system entirely. In fact, other ideas. This was the farming. Farming. What else could you be doing? I don't want you to be battling. I don't think that makes sense. But there could be something like using items to influence a battle. Equipping characters. All right, an idea just kind of popped up. What if, this is kind of stupid, but what are those like food, what do I even call this? Like a restaurant management game. Maybe Overcooked is a good enough example for this. Can we find an example of what I'm talking about though? Yeah, something like this. All right, here these are the customers, I guess. I've never played whatever game this is. And they're ordering different things, and you need to go cook those things. I guess what if a customer entered, this is already an idea that we talked about. Yeah, what if a customer entered your town and they just had a sword in this one and a helmet in this one and a potion in this one, and you're like, oh, I got to go find those things. But given that battling happens automatically, I think you'd maybe ignore that. But yeah, I guess that's another thing you can do, which is choosing which location to go to in order to get the right items. Farming and fishing in games is like email and business apps. Every game has to have them. Well, Darkstorm wrote up this farming proposal. Yeah, of like, yeah, what if you had a farm that was literally just this big? And you chose, he wrote out 3 different systems, but an automated farm, which we probably wouldn't do because you'd actually want there to be something that you're interacting with. So you click on a field to plant seeds. Now there's a plant, you can water it, they mature, you harvest it. So it's a pretty simple system, right? It's not like it's not super advanced farming or anything. And here's what is stuck in my mind. The other day, I raided Renegade Pige, and Pige is waiting for Path of Exile to come out with a new patch or something. And I said, hey, you should play Skeleseller, and he did. And he was like very much focused on Path of Exile is about to come out. So he was kind of maneuvering around the game and being like, I saw he just kept clicking NPCs. And because that was one of the only things where when you click, something happens. But yet there wasn't any meaningful thing. It was just clicking the NPC repeatedly. And he's like, what am I doing? I think he actually asked that question. And I just think if there were a farm in the game that you would, and if that were the main interaction point, that he would probably still be just clicking the farm a bunch of times, trying to like plant or water and be like, why is this called Skeleseller if the main thing I'm interacting with is farming? And that's what's sticking in my head is like, this is why this idea can't be the only idea we end up doing. It's got to be something around items. It has to be something around items. Well, it would be kind of, okay, something if we're going to have farming, it'd be like farming items. Like you have a sword watermelon and whatever, a health carrot. Something like that, where at least, okay, these are things that you then sell. You know, harvest the watermelon and a sword is inside. Checked out Shop Titans and similar type games. No, I haven't. I tend not to do that, so I don't end up taking ideas from other games. No, I think someone might have said something about this. Is this one that has a sequel and the original was 2D or something like that? Interesting. This looks like a typical mobile garbage game with stamina and premium currency and everything. Although I'm positive that they use microtransactions in this game, which is why they have those things. But yeah, for a game you buy once, I wouldn't do that stuff. Not that that's probably why you pointed this out. It was more for the ideation around items, I guess. Could be farming items. I guess if you're farming items, it's not really farming anymore. It's crafting. Is crafting interesting? I don't think it is. At least not exactly. I think whatever it is that you're doing. Okay, requirements. Has to be something around items given that the game is named Skeleseller. And it has to be something that's interesting enough to last throughout at least the mid game. Gaining inspiration from existing games is valid. It is, yes, but I like trying to create that myself. And I think I hit the same stumbling blocks that probably other games hit. And I guess it comes down to what's the main goal. If it's to just make a business or have the product be released, then yeah, I think doing research on existing products is a good idea. But if it's like develop your creative muscles, then I think going through this process is important. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so I still want to pursue it from this point of view, at least for now. I think if we were completely lost, that yeah, I would probably go start playing other games and figuring out what would work pretty well. Let me continue enumerating some of the things here that we have. Moving items, crafting items, buying items, setting prices, farming, using items to influence a battle, e.g. restoring health or buffing adventurers, equipping characters, choosing which location to go to in order to get the right items. Moving customers to a destination they moving or guiding, directing, I guess I should say. What else could I imagine here? Quests. I guess there's the other stuff that's already in the game, assigning skill points and changing battle strategies. Farming could be blacksmithing. Yeah, in my mind, it's like crafting. That's the way I kind of look at it. And I don't know what crafting would be that would make it interesting. And maybe I haven't tried developing it enough. Where did I write crafting down? Yeah. I think we should plan crafting a little bit more, and it just doesn't seem to strike me to do plan crafting a bit more to see if it can be interesting. Maybe there's a crafting time. I don't think you should have farming. Well, the reason, okay, I don't think farming, if we have it, should be the only thing. I came up with another idea, which is not directly pertinent to this problem, but the idea was like, what if there were mini games to earn more money through some active system? And the simplest idea I have is literally a loot pinata. You click a bunch of times and items fly out. That's it. There's no strategy to this. It's just, hey, you happen to be present in the game and you see this like pinata fall down from your shop and you click it a bunch of times. And you're like, whoa, swords are falling on the ground. And that's it. Then the pinata goes away and it's like that happens once every 2 hours. It'd just be a fun thing, right? So I think another mini game could be like a farming mini game where a plot of land appears or a farmer appears and you're told here are the rules, like click and plant these seeds, and you have your choice of seeds and they grow into different items. So yeah, those sorts of things I think could work. But yeah, I think as a primary thing, if farming were the main point, it would be confusing why the game is named Scala Cellar. Could have a system where you can use alchemy to make potions or something, but to get the plants, you have to find seeds out in ventures. Yeah, so essentially a crafting system, right? The way I look at crafting, and I call it crafting, but it's like taking some inputs to produce an output. And I know you could sort of genericize a level higher that isn't that sort of like every single game ever then is taking inputs to produce an output. But in this case, it's like taking some typically items as input to produce a certain output. I think we should plan that a little bit more. Those could be fun, but are they day one items? No, right. That's what I said. It's not pertinent to the current problem we're trying to solve. I think these are things you can just add on top, and like if the game's already fun, these would be more fun. And part of it is the reason I brought that up is that's where I think farming could fit. That was the whole point I brought that up. What is life but that? Yes, I agree. All right, let's plan crafting a little bit. Let's see what it would look like. And maybe it's a good idea, maybe it's not a good idea. Oh, I didn't write it as crafting. I wrote it as craft, I think. Yeah, this. Okay, so crafting. Crafting, so there could be time to craft items. Why did I capitalize the C? Could take time to craft items, and maybe you have a way of speeding this up. Maybe you can only craft so many items at once. Maybe you, what's the word? Like, I don't know. I'm just going to say dismantle items into their components and use the components to make things. Could make an alchemy minigame. Yeah, so for the sort of minigame sorts of things, I think there are lots that we could do there. What is Potionomics? Interesting. I can't tell just by looking at the screenshots. It's already muted. Better Brewing, customize your store, hire heroes to gather ingredients. Oh wow, that's similar to what's going on in my game. Fellow vendors, befriend fellow vendors to learn new haggling strategies. Go head to head with competitors. Deck building though, interesting. So they do this through. Oh wow, they've got like an actual brewing game in here. The ingredients you need potions to give them to survive adventures. I see. And the game, are you the shopkeeper or do you hire shopkeepers? You are the like the mayor and a worker in your town, if you think about it that way. The shopkeepers are just some random NPCs that don't really matter. So why are you crafting? It must be to, well, I guess there's one of a number of reasons. Increase the value of some set of items to satisfy a demand that exists, either a quest or customers want specific items. If you are shopkeepers, you can create a simple branching level system. Yeah. And by the way, that was originally kind of the plan. And then I just didn't end up implementing it for checkpoint number 1. And then I was like, this is actually a good plan. But I don't think this would give you much to do. This would be a new decision every so often. And maybe the every so often is like every 30 minutes. And then at some point you just max out on number of shops. Maybe I am going about this the wrong way. Maybe it is many small systems. That's what I want to do after talking about crafting. Maybe we do just have many small systems. Each one can be very simple, and you just want to maximize what's going on in that system. E.g., crafting is just combine any 2 items to get something out of it. And you always want that pipeline to be full. Seems you ride in the line between active and idle. Yeah, and the people who are playing it less actively seem to be pretty happy. But the people who want to play it more actively don't seem to be happy. So I think all we're trying to do is come up with something that is a little bit of a thing to do while you're there that isn't necessary. Actually, some other random idea I just came up with. I don't know where you even put this, but maybe this is crafting. Maybe you aren't exactly crafting, but are instead selling bundles of gear, e.g. a sword plus helm plus cloak plus 3x health potion could be sold as a newbie bundle for more than the cost of the components. Who's your target audience? Generally speaking, you can't make both audiences happy. I think when I think of target audience, I think of just the high level, like it's a casual, it's a laid back game. People who are tired of the tropes of regular idle games. So I think I'd be steering more toward the slightly active aspect. But at the same time, I don't want there to be like a ton of strategic depth to the battles. I just don't think that's interesting in an automated game. So yeah, I'd steer more toward that. Like if we had a spectrum, and this is all we're talking about, of idle on one end and on the other end is active, I think I'd want it to be like here. So slightly more toward active than idle. And if I wrote a number here, maybe like 60 to 65%. Because like I said, I think if you want to play this as an idle game, it seems like it's already kind of there and people are having fun. So it's just, what's that little bump? When you say idle, do what type of idle? seem to have a negative bias toward incremental idle games, but that's not all idle games. When I say idle, in this case, I'm just talking about not having to perform actions. I guess I'm not talking about a genre or anything, just literally the English word. And I do have a negative bias toward incremental bias games. I think they are predatory games generally. Yeah, I joined late, but what about a mini game to increase the price of an existing piece? Like some casual puzzle, clicking, blacksmithing mini game to raise the price of a sword while you wait for it to be sold. That is interesting. I didn't think about that. Some like temporary way of increasing the value of something. Some way to increase the value of items while they sit on your displays. So this runs into an issue, which is, would this mini game be fun to play many times? And what is that mini game? Well, let's think about this. This mini game be fun to play many times. And what is this mini game? Can it be a system that already exists? Maybe you send a sword into battle with your adventurers and they level it up. Maybe that's what equipping items is for, just for you to sell it later. Have fantastic stories. Yeah, I don't think this will be a story-driven game. But either way, I think what I'm looking for is still like, what can the player do? I think that's more what I'm trying to answer right now. Because the way I look at it is, you could have the best story in a game, and if the gameplay isn't fun, then it's essentially just a semi-interactive narrative experience, which some games are that, and that's okay for some people. But it's not exactly what I'm trying to create. And there pretty much is always a war going on in this game. This concept is interesting because it would give the items some bit of a function here. Yeah, it's interesting. Could try to get good at the mini game if that makes sense. It does make sense. I guess what I was asking about when I said what's the mini game is like, what are other games that have mini games like this? Let's say like Stardew Valley fishing. So here's a mini game within Stardew Valley. I mean, most people are familiar with their fishing mini games, but in this one, you press and hold a button and this bar will rise and you let go and it'll drop. And you have to try to keep the fish who's moving around within that green bar for long enough. So like this is a mini game. Some people might like this, some people might not like this. I think this can become a little bit polarizing. Like I didn't dislike the game, but I did not like doing it to get to level 10 fishing. It was just a huge grind where you had to play for like, I don't know, 2 hours or something of just playing this one mini game. And if that's the only thing that's in the game, then that could get challenging for players to deal with that, even if you're improving at this mini game, either through your player skill or through some like, this bar gets bigger like it does in Stardew Valley. But there could be multiple mini games like that. But I think this is an interesting idea. Still not exactly sure how I feel about this. I think people would expect there to be stats on items. And maybe there could be. Or at least stats could be generated. That would also increase the value of the item by quite a lot. Maybe so. Welcome to the stream. RuneScapers do mini games all the time, so it's not a problem in some sense. I'm not saying mini games are always a problem, and I think there are games that are based around mini games. Like Mario Party is a game that is purely just mini games. There are like 100 of them or something, and that's what you expect when you play that game. I think if you got this game and you were like, what am I doing in the game? Oh, I'm playing a couple of mini games the whole time. It might rub some people the wrong way. Although I guess you could always just avoid them by playing idly. There's this concept that I struggle with every once in a while, and I talk about WoW and Animal Crossing when I talk about this, but for some players, the they'll play whatever way is best and not what's most fun. And I feel like I'm somewhat in this category. And the reason I bring up Animal Crossing is because of that whole turnip system that existed. It's like, I think the fastest way to make money in the game was basically just buy a ton of turnips and then sell them when the price goes higher than what you paid for them. And that system was obnoxious, just absolutely obnoxious. It was like the least fun way to play, and it seemed like it was the best way to make money. And then one week I did this and it didn't make me money because there was some gambling aspect to it. And I was like, I'm never playing this game again. And I didn't. It just killed the game for me completely to have this system in the game. And I know it's optional and I could have just avoided it, but something about my mentality didn't let me do that because I thought this is a waste of time if I'm not doing what's the fastest way. And you can go into a whole bit about psychology here and how gamers have changed over the years. But the point is, if you just make the best way the most fun way, then you sort of satisfy everybody. Because then, yeah, I would have been happy to do this. It's like, and by the way, in Animal Crossing in particular, it was like you could only buy so many turnips at a time. They took up inventory space. You had to go put them on the ground afterward. If they literally just changed the UI and said like, how many do you want? And had a number from 1 to 99999 or whatever, then I would have been less frustrated by it. But it took like 10 or 15 minutes of work in order to set this thing up. And then, yeah, it was really frustrating. I think you need to define your audience. Most of your questions lead back to some people like this and some people won't. If you define your game audience and your questions lead back to my audience will enjoy this type of gameplay. Yeah, I think I'm like hovering around it without explicitly saying it. But like I said, it's like the 65% active player. Yeah, still wants like a casual game. Likes seeing stuff happen in the game. Kind of on its own most of the time. I think if we really got into this, we'd start defining personas and we'd say like, okay, Billy really likes the battle system and Carolyn really likes the crafting system, and we talk about things from that point of view. What lemon drop? Oh, I see. You must have accidentally pressed up. I think you might have deleted whatever message you meant to type. Game as multiplayer? No. It's just a single player game. Such audience would not last long. The game's not very long. It's not supposed to be very long. It's like 5 to 10 hours maybe. At least that's what I was planning for. And it's a one-time purchase kind of thing. So if you buy the game and you play for 5 hours and you're like, cool, that was fun, then I think that's pretty much what I'm aiming for there. I think there's some category of people who are like, I want this game to be, 40 hours long. I want to have a ton of stuff to do. And I think if we can tack on a way at the end to get that to work, that'd be great. But that's not the primary scenario I'm trying to accommodate. And when I say tack something on at the end, you could generally have like an endless mode, or you have, procedurally generated items. And it might not really be that hard to do. And then, okay, fine, you satisfy those people. I feel like we're partially at this fork where we need some new system and we need to change some old systems. And there's not an infinite amount of time to decide these things. But I don't think it's going to be easy to see how this works out unless we test it. Some way to interact with other people's towns reminds me of old times in Orchid. Yeah. If it were multiplayer, I think we could do something like that, but I don't plan on adding a multiplayer component to this. I think the other thing that's tough is that if you do add multiplayer, you would probably need everything to be server side so that you're not just having players who have, like end game level town because they hacked it in, and then they're interacting with people's towns who are playing legitimately. By the way, I looked at a leaderboard of a game that I'm playing right now, and I saw what looked suspiciously close to 2 to the whatever 63rd or something like that. No, not that. 32 maybe? No, yeah, 31. Yeah, I saw this number, 2 to the 31. And that was their score. And I'm like, what are the odds that they actually got that number as their score? And what are the odds that they just said, sent an API request saying, yep, that's what I'm posting to the server as my leaderboard score. And I realized that it totally negates leaderboards in most cases. So that's why I want to be careful about anything that does have to do with other players. And I don't necessarily mind adding a leaderboard, especially because it wouldn't be that hard to implement. But I just don't think it has a lot of value. Anyway, this idea is interesting here for sure. So you would equip an item to an adventurer. The adventurer would battle. The equipped item would level up. The item would start conferring stats, I guess, or could start conferring stats, and the value of the item would go up. So now at some point, you can decide to keep the item on the adventurer. And I guess the item has a max level at some point. Maybe like an inherent max level. Maybe it's always 3. I don't know. Whatever. So at some point, you can decide to keep the item on the adventurer and get its stats, or you can sell it for whatever, like 10x the price of the item's original value. Or maybe like level times original value, level maybe squared times original value, something like that. I'll write it like this. I think it's a little clearer that way. So this is kind of interesting, right? Especially if it gets stats. It'd be like, okay, I can battle faster doing this, or I could sell the item and start a new item and equip a different one and then sell that. And then this would let you have more player-wide skills, like max level of equipped items, plus X to max level equipped items, plus Y or plus X to item experience gained. Do you get to pick the stats it gets based on which adventurer goes on or which adventurer equips it? I'm not sure. I think that'd be a lot. Like, I already think, to shoot down my own idea here, I think this system would add a lot of complexity and not very clear trade-offs. Like this level times original value. So that means that at level 2, you'd be 4x, and then at level 3, you'd be at 9x. So is a 9x amount for an item worth it? And it's like, okay, if you just look at the game right now, my characters are selling cloaks for 6 gold. Selling one for 54, yeah, it's quite a lot more. And you're only able to do this so often, but now you need UI for like equipping an item to an adventurer, seeing its level. No Obsidian? I'm using Obsidian. I just happen to be writing in Google Docs right now. I don't plan on keeping these notes around, and all the Obsidian stuff I kind of plan on keeping around. This is just something for now that once we're done with, I'll move on. Oh, I see. Mention stats. I don't know what those are. Yeah, so the stats are power and fortitude, and I guess health. So just like the 3 most basic stats you can imagine in an RPG: health, attack, defense. And so the item stats could be like, imagine you had a sword on this character, could be like power plus 3 or something. So it's not a huge boost, but every time you win a battle, you are getting items. Axel, it's totally fine. That's the point. I was originally planning on doing a music stream today because I started working on the music on Monday, and I just decided, this doesn't really make sense to stream. Like, it's not interactive content. You're hearing the same thing over and over and over. The game design stuff you can influence. You can provide ideas. I can be inspired by something that I read. I think there's one other tiny meta problem here, which is I have definitely been overworking lately. So I feel like I'm not at my creative peak right now. But I also don't expect to solve these problems today. I think if it takes a week, that's fine. So I'm not a huge fan of this idea. I want to write down the pros and cons. I really like making these sorts of lists and just analyzing it this way. So I think the pros of this system satisfies the player fantasy of equipping items. It's more of a long haul way of getting item value. It adds a thing to do. And what else am I going to say? Oh, yeah, it uses mostly existing systems. So cons, the UI may not be the simplest for this. Well, maybe, well, it's potentially a complex system to understand. And if items have stats, then players may not even want to sell them. I guess you'd still want to equip different ones. You know, there are other ideas that I didn't even talk about. What if like adventurers eventually left you? Or what if I don't know, yeah, something like that. Adventurers leaving you would mean that you'd have to hire different ones at some point. Hmm. Getting items. By the way, let me level up some of these characters. Might as well have them go faster, doing whatever they're automatically doing. There. Now they kill stuff practically immediately. Hey, Jay, how goes it? Thanks for the 4 1/3 year resub. Or 4 1/4, excuse me. Oh man, we're in the game design weeds. I still think whatever we need to do should be item focused. You know what we could do instead of equipping things? This is another way of getting this to work. Where did that go? Yeah, here. Maybe maybe this is crafting. This is crafting. It's more like enchanting. And you have an enchanter NPC with item displays where the items just get better. I like that idea. I just don't know what decision you're making. Not sure what decision you'd be making here. You'd always just pick the most valuable item. Thanks, EJ. Yeah, I think it's looking good. I think players are mostly having fun. What we're trying to solve is people want a little bit more of something to do in the game. It's like this is the gameplay. I don't have to manage anything. I'm not clicking items. They're not even clickable. My characters just automatically go stock shops and then they automatically battle and customers automatically buy items. So a lot of people have been asking like, well, what am I doing? And there is some amount of like, okay, you are leveling up your adventures, you're picking different skill points you want to put in. But once you've picked that stuff, you're probably not touching it until you level up again. Like there's not really much of a need to try different builds. Yeah, sure, you might change your party up or go to a different location. I like this idea. There's just an enchanter and you give them items and they make them better. Which just means that they sell for more. Maybe you could permanently unlock something for that item. Maybe you could choose what to do with the item. Like increase the value of this one, increase the value of all of that item, I don't know. It's all copies of that item. Played Fallout Shelter? No, I haven't. I have small things for the human to do to keep everything running. Yeah, and I think that's generally what people would expect from this. There's just some little bit that you need to manage. And I'm still not totally sure where that comes in. This idea that I'm talking about now has been like, okay, let's say you got items here and you're like, all right, let's take the sword and let's put it into an enchanter shop. And it'll, I mean, it's a fire sword right now, but imagine it was just a sword and it turned into a fire sword. And now it sells for 50% more. There was another idea that I had that I never actually wrote down over here. Use an active ability, e.g. plus 50% speed to workers for 10 seconds. Another thing I hadn't thought of is if you are the skeleton, what if there was no automated control for it at first and you might actually move over to an item display and pick up the item and then bring it to your shop? I don't think that would be fun. I guess you just like right click and it would move your character and then right click over here. And that's what you'd be doing at first. Character you move to, so there's an artificial throttle on how many times you can move things. You mean you're controlling the character? Yeah. Yeah. Like you are the character. Yeah. I mean, I think the way I was kind of picturing it is it'd be imagine this is the enchanter. There'd be so many different item displays. So like right now the cane is being enchanted and will eventually turn into a magic wand or something. So you're limited by how many items you can actually store there, which is something you upgrade through quests. But yeah, the character moving it there could also be a thing. No, yeah. I understand, EJ. Yeah. Okay, maybe part of the issue here is that items are just delayed money bags. Maybe they do need some other function. Maybe you can dismantle items for building components. E.g., a sword can turn into 1 wood and 1 iron, and you need whatever 100 wood to build the next shop. In essence, this is just adding a different kind of currency. So now there's gold, but now there's also wood and whatever else, ore, iron, dust, something. And you can choose to either sell your item for money or sell it for components. But then eventually you'll have built all of the shops. So we still need there to be some wood sink in the game. I mean, you could have to build the item displays that you get too. Yeah, it's an idea I hadn't really thought of. Maybe it's like the quest gives you an extra slot and then you actually build the item display. Idea, quest just gives you item slots. Then you still have to build the display with wood. All right, I think I should take another break. You can choose to either consume or sell potions. Consume to increase the speed of workers. Mobs attack the shop. Workers need to be equipped to defend the area. People have talked about battles in the town, and I don't think I'd want to do that. because the battle system takes place sort of in this other realm. Like there's this portal, and they would go through the portal to get to these places. So if they're battling in town, it would mean you'd have to do something to pay attention to what you need to battle. And if not, there'd have to be some penalty. Maybe they destroy your shop or take some items or something. But anyway, consuming or selling potions. So something I didn't like about this game that I made a while ago is you had an inventory, and in order to use these potions in the middle of like a battle here, so let's say we just go over to this map, it was like you could use an item and then you could place this down, and now you could spawn units out of this. And you could choose to use like, whoops, I didn't mean to sell that. You could choose to use items. How do I buy items? Here we go. Okay, so yeah, we could choose to like fully heal a unit. So this one's at 95% or whatever. We could click it, now it's back at full. But I think the problem with that was that you're like, that's like really micromanaging. Controlling the speed of your workers, I don't think would be as micro on the management scale. But we also have a player ability which increases your speed, and this is one way you can do this semi-permanently. Could you use some mechanic to incentivize swapping adventurers in and out of battles? Like persistent injuries could occur? Yes, so the persistent injury thing is something we're going to do. That is planned. Your life value will persist, and there will be something that you do need to heal. Every now and then a random patron would have an icon like Thirst, and if you tap it, it speeds up or buys for more money. So be on the lookout for those icons. So just like something to click, basically. Customer focus ideas. Yeah, the persistent life value I think is something I want to do. And that would make you think, okay, should adventurers be able to consume potions? I think there's a whole set of problems there could be with that, but I'm not sure. I don't know if I want you to have to manage it. I'll have to think about this some more. I think I need to take a bit of a break though. Primary goal to make money go up, or are you trying to build the ultimate party and money is just a vehicle? I think the primary goal is to see more and more of the content and kind of see what this machine that you're building can do. I think that's the case with a lot of automation games, is like at first you're harvesting ore, and then you have some robot harvest it, and then you have some conveyor belt move it to the machine that needs to smelt it, and then you have something that builds the building blocks of a spaceship or something out of it, and now you're whatever going to different planets. So I think in this case it's like get your machine up and running, and then push it to its limits, like keep battling farther and farther, get more money, get more items, and then at some point, I guess I need to say the general conclusions that we have from here. Conclusions: we need persistent life values on adventurers. You need to build your town up from scratch. But those were conclusions we already had, right? We're gonna write down the priorities. Yeah, here, persistent life values. All right, I'll be back. I'm never gonna take my break if I don't take it now. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Hey everybody, close the game. Oh yeah, by the way, sorry for people who just joined, which I know I just closed it, but you spawn at the bottom. So the people who were joining partway through, you were in the game. It's just you couldn't see yourself. And there is a redeem you can use, which is to revive yourself. Yeah. Which puts you into third place. So if the third place person is visible, you'll move on to there. Thanks, Beepo. Yeah, they've also played. Anyway, one of the things I kind of thought about is what if I think quests need to be long burn and that they take like 60 items or something. That way even the passive actions feel like you're working towards something. Everything's going to kind of steer me more toward the idle bits that we have, which I'm trying not to do. Yeah, I guess we at some point need to plan the building system. Probably need different types of resources. Probably wood and whatever metal, something like that. Hmm. Still torn on this. You know, I actually got feedback that people said maybe you shouldn't be able to respecialize. Like right now, you can just right click and remove a skill point from anything. But what if you couldn't do that? Oh, that doesn't solve the problem exactly, but it's a different thing. Man. Well, what seems like the best so far from what I've been talking about here? I guess we never really expanded on this. I guess let's talk about the demand for items. Demand for items. So the most basic idea is to have customers who want, well, to have like customer purchase behavior. I don't know. I'm not going to come up with a name for this, which is either buy any item, buy a category of item, e.g. weapons, buy a specific item. Is there anything else I could do? Maybe buy a combination of specific items or something like that. Yeah. These would show in thought bubbles above customers' heads. It would steer where you do battle. There's another one of those like basic kinds of things. If you see, hey, there are a ton of people who want weapons in my town, then you'd be like, I should go to an instance that gives me a lot of weapons. And if you don't do anything like that, then fine. It just takes longer for customers to buy stuff. I'm not sure this is fun. Maybe this is an occasional thing. This should probably just be an occasional thing that rewards much more than the normal value of the item. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense to have different shops. Well, occasional thing. I guess the buy any item can't be one of them. Yeah. In that case, these special customers would want a specific item. In fact, that's probably all they should want is a specific item. Because what are the odds you're not finding a weapon, for example? Yeah, I think that's reasonable. And they only last for so long. Yeah, I think that's a good conclusion to add. There should be rare customers that want a specific kind, I should say, that are willing to pay much more, no, that will only buy a specific item and will pay much more for it. I think that's the most succinct way of saying they won't buy just random stuff and they happen to pay more for this one item. Now, would it make sense for them to buy multiples? Probably not. Yeah. I think this is a good example of something that it's pretty much already in the game. Not exactly. There's no concept of just wanting one item, but we could pretty easily do that. And it's a very easy solution for the player. It's like, okay, go figure out where that drops and then get them that item. Yeah. I guess the hard thing is balancing this so that it's actually worth your while. Like the very first place in the game gives you potions that are worth 3G. So even if this rare customer is willing to pay 5x the price, that's 15 gold. At some point pretty early on in the game, 15 gold doesn't really mean anything to you. So you can't just say pick any random item. And in this case, we pick like, starter potion and have that be what they want. We probably need to pick something that's sort of close to the current instance you're doing. But I think it's a pretty easy win. I think we could do that. Should there be anything else with demand? I guess the other aspect to demand is not being able to spam the same battles over and over. So maybe the prices rise and fall of certain items automatically. Well, there are lots of ways you could do this. Either make the prices of items rise and fall, make it so that repeating a battle eventually makes the place run out of loot. Make it so that battles at the same location have longer delays as time goes on. I don't really like that. I think just changing the prices of items could be decent. Oh, then everywhere we show the value in the game, we need to show that it's a base value. So like this, you hover over it and it says value 3G. It had to be like, that's the normal value. So in your town, if you see that the price is listed as 2G, then you might be like, oh, I guess. Actually, would you even have feedback on this really? I guess it's not a great way of doing things. You need like some signboard saying, here's all the items that have sort of a nerf to them. This may not be clear to the player unless there's something saying all of the items, saying which items have been affected by this. Yeah, is the game currently playable? Yeah. Yeah. I just launched a new version on Friday. It's very important that you know this is just an alpha. If you consider a version number, it'd be like 0.2 because there's a lot of stuff that's not done yet. And we've gotten a good chunk of feedback now. There have been 34 responses on the survey, and I think we have enough to go off of. I mean, it's always good to get more feedback. You never know if you're gonna get something new, but yeah, I think we have enough to address before the next like major launch, which will probably be in a couple months. The idea of a place running out of loot, by the way, I think is easy enough to surface to players. I'm not sure it'll be totally obvious, but imagine if you saw, the way I kind of talked about this was like you saw the forest and it said like 100% loot. And as you do it, this number drops. You know, maybe you got a couple items, you get another couple items, you get another couple items. And at some point, it drops to the point where you're just not getting loot from there anymore. And it slowly recharges. So if you didn't do it, it would go from, 0 to 1 to 2 to 3. And you just go to a different location in that time. I like that idea. Although if we have enough different locations, then you would essentially go from like a lot of games do something where you could go to the forest and that's like the level 1 to 3 area, or you go to the cave and that's like the level 2 to 4 area. Well, there's enough overlap where these eventually are, they might as well just be the same place. So if your loot does drop over the course of 20 battles, you'd be like, oh, I got to go switch from forest to cave now, and I'll cave back to forest and forest back to cave. And is that fun? And there's nothing else you get by winning a battle. There are no experience points. So I think at some point you're just battling for no reason. And for the idle players, it's not a problem. They would just be away from their computer. always multiple options to pick from, which I think wasn't the case during the early game. Yeah. Yeah, this is something that we'd have to make it so that it doesn't like punish you in the at well, I guess at any point, yeah. Although it wouldn't, I guess, ever make the loot be 0. Like as you're doing the battles, maybe you still get a third of the items you would normally get. That there's always some way to get loot. I think just delaying the battles longer could be okay, but it would have to be clear to you why that's happening. Like you see this auto battle thing at the bottom of the screen, you would have to see something like starting battle in 32 seconds. This time has increased because of how many times you've done a battle at this location. I don't know if any of this is a good idea. I think this is a weird way of doing demand for items, though. I think the way more in your face way is just a customer has a little thought bubble and it shows like dragon slaying sword. You're like, oh, cool, I got to go get a dragon slaying sword. But yeah, I think it would be nice to have this work somehow in a different way. Is there anything else we haven't focused on here? Set prices for items. I've never liked this idea, but let's write it down anyway and just see where this takes us. Okay, so items would either have some inherent like perfect price, or that number would have I guess they'd have to have a perfect price or a perfect range. Have some inherent perfect price range that would guarantee the sale while providing maximum profit, I guess. Are these other people walking around real players? No, this is a single player game. The other people you see walking around town are the customers. They're the ones who will actually walk over to an item and purchase it. So here you see they just bought those. There's no indication that they bought them, unfortunately. I've got to do that too. But yeah. And we need to make them more like actual customers. Guarantee the sale while providing maximum profit. It would be your job to find what that price is. So if that perfect range is static, then you would just be finding this range once per item and then never touching it again. If it changes over time, then you're managing that price. Then you still have to manage that price. It just doesn't strike me as fun. Moonlighter did this, and I felt like it was boring and tedious. Yeah. Thanks, Beepo. Yeah, I think, the odds of you saying the same things that other people said as you play the game are probably going to be pretty high. And the general things that people said are at the top here. The biggest, some of these are like super obvious. We're just going to fix them. Like the resolution, you can't customize. And as a result, there are some font issues. Okay, yeah, we just got to fix that. If you have a higher than 60 hertz refresh rate monitor, then you're going to run into some issues zooming and scrolling. Like, yep, totally obvious bug. We just got to fix that. But then there was this feedback, which I wrote 4x, but I think more than 4 people have said it by now, which is like, hey, I want something else to do in the game. This is not super obvious how to fix. And then, yeah, there was some player confusion and stuff. I've got some ideas for how to fix that. Yeah, I just don't like the idea of setting prices. It just doesn't strike me as interesting. Buy items from some other town or traveling salespeople. This is also kind of weird because this is like the most basic form of arbitrage, which is you buy an item for 5 gold and then you sell it for 6 gold and you made a 20% profit. Is that interesting? Because there are no properties to items here, so there's no real trade-off. You just buy everything you could hold if it's going to sell for more. It'd be kind of funny maybe if the items had a price listed. So it was like potion 2G, and you had to know how much it sells for to know if it's actually worthwhile for you to buy. But it's not really that fun. They sell for 3 gold. So you'd have to know, oh yes, this is a good price. Let's buy, 10 of them. But like I said, you'd always just be buying as many as possible. And maybe they could do something like, imagine a sword, the value is 100, and there's a vendor that you could buy it, and it said sword, it starts at 5. So you're like, oh yeah, definitely buy one of those. And then it jumps up to 15, and then like 25, and then 50, and then 110. And you need to know when to stop buying it. This is like playing The Price is Right. It's just a really, really stupid way of manifesting it. I don't know if there's something to this idea. I don't think there is. I don't like the idea of a game where you could have the wiki open and it could just answer all the questions you have. And in this case, you'd be like, oh, the value is 100. So yeah, buy, don't buy. All right, you can craft items to change your current stock into something more desirable. We definitely talked about this one a little bit more. Yeah. And I feel like crafting and equipping are both things that are generally UI heavy. And I'm not sure they add enough in the game. I think there's some simpler thing we can surface. And I should probably write that here. I think there are a couple of problems that I have with crafting. It's generally UI intensive, which means there's a lot of complexity for what I think is not a lot of gain. And 2 is that items don't have a function. So you're crafting just to increase the sell price. You can travel with a boat between different islands, and each island has their own items and prices. You have to travel between islands to earn as much money as possible. For the money, you could buy a better ship and weapons. Yeah, and I think there are ways of making this more interesting. Like if you're playing, let's say, Zelda, and you find a shopkeep who sells something at 12 gold at one side of the world, and you can go sell it yourself for 16 gold at a different side of the world. That's not how Zelda worked, but the reason that could be interesting is like, oh, you needed to remember the price back before there was the internet. Maybe you needed to actually do the footwork, the legwork there of like get to the one island and get to the other island. And it wasn't like the primary way of making money in a lot of these games. So it was just a nice little boost when it happened. But I guess it wasn't the point of the game either. So, all right, well, what do we have? So economy, arbitrage stuff. Something to increase the value of items while they sit on your displays. That was this sort of thing. What, Xavier? I'm not sure what you're asking. Mini game to increase the price. And it doesn't even necessarily have to be a mini game. So there could be, I guess, increased value of items. I'm not sure I even like the idea of increasing the value of items. In fact, maybe it's worth writing that down. Anything that would increase the value of items is... Oh, wow. Thanks, What It Too. For the 3 months of tier 1 subbing. It's very kind of you. Shows a lot of confidence in the stream. Some levels could have random extras like bonus items, or are more inclined to use different dungeons. I guess that's a better way of surfacing this. And this is something the WoW designers talked about a long time ago. They originally had an experience penalty for playing for too long, but they changed it into an experience bonus for not playing for very long. And this is where this term comes from. People liked this way. They did not like this way. So I think bonus items are a good way of doing that. Where yes, if you do this instance, hey, you haven't done it in a while, so you'll get bonus items. I much prefer that if I'm going to do that thing that I talked about earlier. So I really appreciate that. Where is the idea that I wrote? Demand here, yeah. Smoo had a good point, which is that this could be positioned. Have I watched Sven? I don't think so. Unless you mean Sven Johnson. I guess I've watched him. So this could be positioned as a positive thing. E.g., you haven't done the forest in a while, so there's plus 20% loot for one run. 15% maybe, and then plus 10%. Why though? What at 2? Why are you suggesting this person? Are they a game designer? Because the Sven I was thinking was actually a comedian, I guess, or does comedy sketches. I think this can be cool. I think it's another way of at least incentivizing you to go to different places. I guess they would have to recharge by you not doing the place. So now by you manually picking different battles, you'd be getting more loot than normal. It's a cat healthcare provider. I probably won't check this out, to be honest. I get a lot of suggestions to check out different pieces of media, and if I followed up on all of them, I would be spending like hours and hours looking at this stuff. I had to be very careful about this because I don't know if you remember the old days, but I used to have a post-stream to-do list, and it got to be like 3,000 lines long. And each individual thing was like, hey, check out this podcast or check out this video, or and some of them were work items. But yeah, at some point I was just like, I can't keep up. I'm not gonna spend 2 hours in my evening checking out viewer suggestions. Now, coincidentally, the other day, people had suggested some music on Discord. That was easy enough to do because I didn't have to watch anything. I was playing with my cat and just listen to the music. All right, well, let's look at this one again. Yeah, this demand thing, I kind of like this, and I'm not totally sure, but let's look at this one. So you manage customers. Your adventurers are the customers. You can run ads to get certain customers. So the managing customers thing was its own entire system that I'd come up with, which is like, okay, you've got Sir Edward the Paladin coming into town. They've got certain buying stats, and then they could maybe level up. And that way, if you were like, oh, I've got a bunch of Paladin items, then you're like, oh, I know exactly who to call over. Actually, that concept of Paladin items I never actually said before. We've always had just weapon, armor, and potion. But yeah, what if we had like certain shields were Paladin shields, and the Paladin wants those, and other people might buy it, but the Paladin pays extra. I guess it's just a complicated way of surfacing what I mentioned here. The Paladin likes armor, so they're willing to pay a lot more for armor. But you managing this, I feel like that's overkill. But I think people don't exactly know how customers work right now. Actually, another minigame thing. I talked about the loot pinata. Where is that? Where is that? Oh, there it is. I'll just write it like this. Event ideas. Item pinata. Farming. Customer flood. Just get like plus 50 customers in town. You're right. Shouldn't be distracted by viewer things. I don't mind talking to viewers. I guess what I mean is this essentially turns into homework. Like I get done with a day of streaming and I go watch videos and stuff. Lied about what? I was doing music on Monday and I said, oh, we're going to do music all week. And then I decided, you know what? No, let's focus on game design. By the way, for those who haven't heard the music, let me turn this down because I don't know how loud it's going to be. Okay, there we go. I'll turn this back up now. Pretty good. Anyway, this would have been one of the town themes. I haven't finished it, and there's a lot of work still to do on it. But yeah, game design instead today. All right, so what do we have here? I filed that. Yeah, so managing customers, I don't think I like that idea. You know, I kind of wonder, this is just a wild idea. What if you bought items? But I don't think it would work. You have no need for them. You have no money source. The items that the adventurers get. You have no need for them. You have no money source. Yeah, that's pretty much it. That's the reason why you can't do that. I'm just trying to see if there's some other way I can position this. Is directing adventurers interesting? Would you even know that you could do it? I guess you could have to do it at first. Like you tell the skeleton to go pick up an item. I'm not certain it's interesting. Sounds nice. Thanks. Yeah. Yeah, I like the melodies I had come up with. There was that one, and there's one other track, which I guess I'll play quickly. This one was not as fleshed out as the other one, only because I wanted to figure out really quickly what the instrumentation was. This one. That's all I have so far. Hey, Codex. And hey, Space Cadet. Yeah, the graphics, those graphics are from Super Retro World, which was just an asset pack on H. Maybe you have to build the roads. I think building the roads is interesting. I think building up the town is interesting. I'm just not sure it's enough to do. What did I come up with? Yeah, there was the customer thing. Okay. I mean, that's something. Maybe we just need a tiny bit more. Just still, something's off about this for me. The adventurers being the customers. I think this concept of equipping things, though, could be interesting. But I think you'd have to manage it. You'd have to give an item to an adventurer. Maybe that whole thing about equipping items is sort of automatic. You give an item to an adventurer and it walks around, it battles with it, the item levels up, and then it eventually like pops it back into your town as like a glowing golden item. Although that's a system you don't really need to do anything for. I feel like a lot of interesting game decisions are about trade-offs, and this game was intentionally like there are no real trade-offs. In fact, I think that's maybe the problem. The core problem here is that there aren't a whole lot of trade-offs for doing anything. I didn't want there to be big penalties, but there probably should be. This is where some games use time as a trade-off. E.g., the day is about to run out, so plan things well. The theme sounds good. Oh, it's not done. There will be a repeat of at least some of that stuff. The first track is probably gonna be another like 45 seconds long. If you like, no, that's okay. Yeah, I've gotten some offers for other people to help too, and I haven't finished fleshing it out. I've got to spend some time doing that at some point. Okay, so managing the customers, would it be interesting? I don't think so. I think I'd rather you manage the items. Yeah, I think that's my general takeaway from this stuff. General conclusions about managing customers. I think I'd just rather have you manage items or your town and not control the wills slash presence of what should be NPCs. Oh, yeah. Okay, gotcha. Building focus ideas, you build up your town. Yeah, I think this is good. I didn't actually write anything else here for this. I need to figure out how building works. Where do you, I guess the questions are generally, where do you get the materials from? Can you build multiple of the same building? Do you ever need to relocate a building? Are you placing paths? I like the idea of you get the materials from dismantling items. Yeah. It could be like weapons give you steel, armor gives you leather, and potions gives you glass. Something like that. I don't know. Or maybe there's a mixture, although that wouldn't really make a lot of sense. Yeah, honestly, that's kind of cool. It adds 3 more currencies to the game. Can you build multiple of the same building? The only need for this would be if you were so overwhelmed with inventory that you need more places to store it. Or if customers didn't walk very far, so you need a shop closer to them. The wacky waving arm guys. Yeah, let's throw them in. I think I'm inclined to say no. Inclined to say no to this. Do you ever need to relocate a building? I maybe like, can you build anywhere? Let's say no. There'd be no customization of your town then. What can you build exactly? I think people would want to do this, but they'd always just make the best possible path. For the same reason listed above, people will always try to pick the shortest routes. I suspect we should have dedicated plots of land. Okay, I just thought of something. What if adventurers were workers, battlers, and builders? You could manage what they're doing at any given time. Maybe they can only be in one mode. The problem with that is that you want them to be in battle mode. I like the idea though. I mean, I liked the idea enough to have made them workers in the first place. It just ended up being confusing for people because when your adventurer is done with a battle, they show up in town. So like the mage is right there and they're carrying a potion, and in 3 seconds they're about to disappear. And poof, they're gone. And if they were carrying a potion, they'd still be carrying a potion, but people didn't realize that. They're just like, "Oh, my item's gone now." And now the mage popped back into town. And now they can go pick up an item, although one does not exist. So yeah, what if you could assign them to building duty? Pathlight gets a tower defense, plays lemonade and candy stands in the maze for more profits. Just like Roller Coaster Tycoon. But then we take out the bathrooms. And it becomes Torture Simulator. Which is how a lot of people play Roller Coaster Tycoon. All right, if they're going to be, if there's a concept of builder as a role, then it means that building needs to take a lot of time. Yeah, building would need to take a lot of time if there's going to be a role for it. Maybe you could speed it up either by putting another worker on a building or by allocating more resources to it. I'm a little torn on this. So shops, I guess item displays, paths. Maybe the guild. And what else? The storeroom. Maybe without the storeroom, you can only have one. You can only get one item from each battle. Building multiple storerooms could kind of be interesting. Yeah. You may want multiple storerooms in different locations. Maybe you can even pick where the items will come out. Portals to new locations. Okay. This is sounding more like a real thing. Yeah. I'm not sure about the adventurers acting as builders. I'm not even sure about adventurers acting as workers. At least not if they're battling. And I had it written somewhere. Maybe you have evolved. I don't know about that. Where is it? Ugh. I don't know where I wrote this. Oh man, it's gonna be really hard to find because of the number of times I wrote the word item. Look for adventurer. This, yeah. Adventurers on auto battle, they don't pick up items. Polishing, maybe an adventurer has an item when they go into battle. Let's put them back. Dropping items on the ground. I guess if you don't control that an adventurer drops an item on the ground, then dropping it on the ground could be fine. Actually, so the distinction between this is Skeleseller and you are the skeleton and you are a worker. And then there are the adventurers and they are both workers and battlers. So you do not do battle, but the adventurers can, but they can also act as workers. I think it's a little confusing when they're doing both. And it might also maybe be confusing that like you have this character that's just in town all the time. But you'd need to be able to build something. So we need to give you resources at the beginning of the game. Stream more without taking breaks. There's no bed in this room though. Had to buy a desk side one. Just don't go back to town. Maybe it's a player-wide ability to make them go back to town. Yeah, I think if they're auto battling, they probably should just disappear into this whole town or into the battle, rendering the player character different from enemies. I think it'll be solved by just starting the town from a much smaller position. So right now you start and this is you can see everything. If there's a lot going on. There are already characters moving around. Imagine if you start and it's just like, hey, here's a plot of land. Why don't you build your first building? And imagine none of these battles are going on. And you build your first building and it's like, cool, now you can sell an item. Oh wait, but you don't have items. Oh wait, you don't even know how to battle anymore. You're dead. So you hire an adventurer. And that way I think it would be clear, okay, that's what's going on. Here's what's happening. I think we need adventurers to not. Let me write this down. Adventurers should be set to one mode at a time, worker or battler. When auto battling, they just shouldn't reappear in town and should instead show up in the battle background. Yeah. Okay, so here's what I think we would do. You start and it's just you and yeah, it's just you. You build a shop. What are the NPCs for? The NPCs give you quests right now. Should you get an NPC at first? I don't know. The value for a mechanic that converts adventurers into skellies rather than acting as workers? Call it promotion. Your adventurers can do everything the skeletons can do, and you do have a way of getting more skeletons in a lore appropriate way, which is the cloning thing here. So I just clicked this button a couple times. We just popped out 2 more skeletons. And I guess you could say, oh, adventurers were turned into skeletons, but then we're only going to have so many different classes. Excuse me, in the game. Okay, so yeah, you start, it's just you build a shop. Now I don't know how you hire an adventurer because you don't have a guild. After building the shop, I kind of wanted you to be able to choose your first adventurer. But for you to choose would mean that 2 people come up to you and say, hey, we'd like to help out, but only one of them stays. Which doesn't really make a lot of sense. Oh, maybe you could post a help wanted sign and the sign is what you're choosing. I either want a rogue or a mage, something like that. You post a help wanted sign for either a rogue or mage. That adventurer shows up and offers to do battle. Maybe, I mean, you should have to build portals. Well, pick your starter Pokemon made sense in Pokemon because it was the professor who gave them to you and he had them all on the table. What I was saying here is like you are starting a town out of nothing. So people wouldn't just like show up and be like, I want to work for you. You'd have to convince them. But become tired. It's one of those things where I don't know if it'd be clear to the player what's happening. You'd need some sort of like, hey, I need sleep, and then they would need to go rest. And that would mean, I guess, you'd need to build beds or something. Um, I could see a world where it works. Maybe workers become tired and need a bed, and this is another dimension along which you could upgrade. AG, faster recovery, more stamina, etc. Yeah. You could do the help wanted and see two applications too. I think the way I would do it, because this would be at the very beginning of the game, is your character would, you know, speak out loud something like, I need someone to do battle for me. I know, I'll put up a help wanted sign. And then you get a dialogue that says, like, which sign would you like to put up? Help wanted rogue, help wanted mage. And then you put it down, and then sure enough, someone pops over. Are you planning on a game that you're going to make? I'm planning on a change to a game that is already partially made. So this is the game I've been working on for the last 2.5 months, and you can play it if you want to at that link in chat, the itch link. And the feedback we've gotten from the people who've played has been, I mean, pretty good. Like, people had fun playing the game, but a lot of people said, hey, I want something more to do. So I'm planning what that looks like. The player's dead. Where's all the energy come from? The bones. The marrow is charging everything they do. Okay, this concept of adventurers being builders seems like a stretch to me. Yeah, I don't know about that. All right, adventurer shows up and offers to do battle. There is no storeroom yet, so the adventurer can only hold one item at a time from battle. You build a storeroom. You build another item display. You build a portal to another dungeon. You build a guild. You get another adventurer, etc. So there, that'd be the intro to the game. You building everything. Oh man, should you take out a loan at some point? Should this be like an Animal Crossing style? You're in debt to a raccoon, a tanuki. I don't know how you'd be able to build this stuff otherwise. Purchase land. Well, I was thinking the land is not something you need to figure out. The land is just, hey, you set up town somewhere and you start attracting people to the town. Once you have an item, a customer shows up and buys it. You eventually see your first rare customer who gives you a bunch of starting resources. He says to keep an eye out for him in the future. I don't know. He wants exotic goods. Kind of capitalist game just has land laying around. One where they haven't explored the whole world yet because they're poisonous snakes. Makes perfect sense. Somebody died, you inherit the land. Yeah, I think we'll put in some competing shop, maybe call it Joja Mart. I don't think any game's done that either. All right, so I think some remaining questions that we have here is, should adventurers act as builders? I'm leaning toward no, because it's another role that has to be managed. And it's harder to manage. Oh, or maybe they just do it when they're in town and don't have items to move. What does the portal do right now? I didn't figure that out. The portal is just a place for things to spawn. So if I were to save the game and load it, like all your stuff pops out of the portal. It's just a place on walkable land. In the future, oh, what was that? Oh, weird. You can't zoom out when you, oh, interesting. Okay, that's a bug. I don't even know where I'm writing this stuff anymore. Where are these items? things to file. Okay, let's just put it in there for now. So bug load from save where a camera was slightly zoomed in and you can't zoom out. I already know what the bug is and it's easy to fix. I don't want to context switch away from what I'm doing. Anyway, so the portal was also planned to be where you go to different dungeons or instances. So instead of just clicking start battle and choosing from this list, you would click over here, or maybe your adventurers would enter a portal. Maybe there'd be a portal room where it'd be like all the different portals to different locations. I don't know. And maybe you don't have to build portals. Hey, Zeppelin. And yeah, you're welcome. I liked your stream. It was, yeah, it seems like you're very talented and do a lot of different things. And I guess, I think you mentioned Wednesday as like the game jam target. So I hope that goes well. Maybe they regulate their behavior. So when they smell a lot of adventurers, they're more likely to become builders. I mean, I think they could just see what tasks need to be done and then do those tasks. Maybe they just do it when they're in town, don't have items to move. I just don't want you to have to manage priorities exactly. Okay, I'm inclined to say that we've maybe figured out enough. So building out the town is your task. There needs to be some way of probably speeding up buildings, but I think we've got enough new stuff here where we need to try this out next. Went buttery smooth. Nice. Yeah, I was thinking really the web export should have been pretty easy, so I'm glad it turned out to be easy. No, you're not necessarily, no, don't worry about it, Smo. I think even if an idea doesn't sort of land, it still gets me to talk about other things and maybe something spawns out of that. So I like this idea. I'll put a question mark here for this. I don't know about this. And the guild to attract new adventurers, there need to be some, if you just put up a help wanted sign once, I guess you just put up a help wanted sign the next time too. And I guess you'd attract them with money. And maybe have a loan. Maybe instead of a guild, it's just more help wanted signs at first. And you eventually need the guild. So conclusions, you need to build up your town from scratch. So copy all of the stuff from the building section. And I'm hoping that that's enough to do. That's at least enough to do at the beginning of the game. Then maybe we could have something different. I think this is the primary source of having something to do. Even if everything is still automated. Buildings would probably have like a progress bar on them or something. The buildings can have a progress bar and even a time remaining label on them. You can see the time adjust when you have multiple workers. Maybe well, eventually there could be buttons to speed it up. Okay, so yeah, instead of starting with your whole town, you start with like a blank plot of land or something, or just a stone platform, and you build, what did I say you build? You build a shop? I guess. I don't know who the shopkeeper would be. I don't know how you'd ever attract the shopkeeper. So I guess we have that as a question. How do you attract the shopkeepers? Why do you even need them? I mean, why you need them in the game right now is because they give you quests. But you as a player wouldn't know that. Maybe sounds like a dumb idea, but maybe when you build the shop, they just appear and you're like, what happened? And they say, I don't know, that's kind of dumb. Yeah, I have a great idea for that. Why do you even need them? So you build a shop, you have one item display. Buildings have a progress bar. After building a shop, post a help wanted sign. Adventurer shows up and offers to do battle. They say that they need a portal to a location to do battle. you build that. The initial stuff that you're building should have a much quicker building time than the stuff you eventually build. Okay, so this would teach you building, how you procure items, what you do with the items to get money, how the game is just sort of laid out. Build a storeroom, another item display, a portal, go to another dungeon, guild, get another adventure, or just another help wanted sign, an adventure, etc. And then I feel like now the building part, I don't know, maybe it's like you want more workers, you need more quests, whatever. Yeah, is this enough to do? I think we'll need to test the game to find out. What time is it? It's 11:40. Okay, I'm gonna take one more break, and I want to plan a little bit more of this, and then I probably need to get lunch. So, is it jump time? It's jump time. You were the only person playing Smooth, so I figured I'd join you. It's GG. Close the game. Hey, Memphis. All right, how do you attract the shopkeepers? Why do you even need them? Maybe you get quests from somewhere else. I guess if no one's there, maybe just stop theft. I don't want to introduce thieves early on in the game. I don't even think it's a good mechanic to have. And just giving you quests, I don't think is a good enough idea. It'd be weird to not have someone looking over the items. Some lonely sounding music too, yeah. I made that for a previous game and then ended up just using it for this. Making my own game, trying to move the camera so the ground is barely out of sight. Until I popped in and you're like, competition. Maybe some antagonist to drive the progression. I wanted this to be like a person versus nature kind of game. So you died due to a snake. And the end of... Actually, did you ever read this? Let me show you what I had planned. Yeah, this. After beating the final boss, you get an antidote. An adventurer wanders into your town. They're slowly dying to poison from a snake. Due to poison from a snake. You say, I've got just the thing, and run to get them the antidote. They drink it. They don't seem all that surprised or grateful. Of course, there should be a shop that sells antidotes. The final scene is an extreme zoom in on your skeleton's face as it gets angry. Cut to the credits. That's it. So I really want to keep that as your motivation for doing all of this. Yeah. Hey, Elton. Thanks for the resub. I just still have, I guess, a few of these questions. Are these conclusions impactful enough? Persistent life values, building up your town, rare customers. Yeah. I think this is good. I think we just need to expand on the building stuff. Let's see if we can answer some of these now. Because I still don't know what I think about the shopkeepers. Like I said, right now they're a point of quests, but also it'd just be weird to have item displays and no one looking over them to see if there's theft. Although the theft is more of a lore-wise reason than a functional reason. I don't want to put thieves in the game, as I mentioned. I mean, we could make it so that there are thieves and they just take your item. In fact, maybe it's just the customers. If you don't have a shopkeep, then they occasionally just steal from you. They take an item without spending money. And at that point, we could like zoom in on it and be like, oh, look, they did this thing because you don't have a shopkeep. But at that point, you feel like, okay, I guess I need a shopkeep. I don't think it's all that interesting. I'm just trying to think, how else would you set up a shop? Maybe you act as the shopkeeper at first. But then how would you build stuff? You wouldn't. How do you get a shopkeeper there? I don't have an explanation. Yeah, I just don't have an explanation. I don't have something that fits in. Like, you build a shop and a shopkeeper just shows up and says, hey, I've always wanted to be a shopkeeper. Oh, man. Maybe one of your first customers is like, hey, isn't it a little weird that you don't have a stall here? Yeah, a customer could show up and say, hey, you should be careful about selling items like this. I don't mind looking over your shop. That's all I can think of for right now. Maybe one of your first customers. One of your, yeah, maybe not first, but something like that. Eventually says something like, hey, you need some security. If you build a stall, I can watch over your shop. Problem is, we would never introduce any sort of thief mechanic. We'd just be like, just so you know, this is why we're doing this. Are skeletons part of the shop again? Well, there's the ability in the game cloning, which is what gives you more of the skeletons while still making it clear that they're you. Which is in a very like cheap way. So yeah, in that sense they are. Can make the shop like a family shop, comes with a brother as the keep. Yeah, but like, how do I explain that? You died out there, but your brother wasn't there to save you, but now they're there to help you sell potions for money. Yeah, I don't know. I think this would work. I think another thing that would work is you just don't have shopkeepers. Yeah, but then I wrote that here. Otherwise, we could just ditch the idea entirely. Adventurers return with enough bones to craft your own. Like someone else died. Couldn't the adventurer retire like I'm getting too old for this and some other adventurer steps in to take his place? Okay, so the issue with adventurers retiring is adventurers are functional. So like we made the rogue, we have skills for the rogue, we have things like quick strike and whatever else. If we retire them, then we put in a whole bunch of like class design artwork, and then they just become a worker to sit there for the rest of their life. So we need that. We just need it to not be something I put a bunch of work into only to have it get deleted, I guess. Main character knows a person who has things fall into their lap. Yeah, but how? Like in the way you got a customer is with a help wanted sign. I guess you just post a help wanted sign for this too. Maybe that makes the most sense. Maybe you post a help wanted sign for the shopkeeper as well. Yeah. What if they rescue shopkeepers? Yeah, that could be interesting. Just rescue shopkeepers. Maybe you start the game and there's already a shopkeeper around somewhere. Okay, wait. What if we back up a step? What if I did this at the wrong level of building? Like I said, you start and it's just you. You've got basically nothing and you build the shop. But what if you didn't build the shop? What if it started there and that was something that was assumed? It probably doesn't work as well. Yeah, it probably doesn't work as well. I think you need to build your first shop. Yeah. Okay, well, one of these things will work. Maybe it starts as a help wanted sign. Maybe you get it from, I don't know what. Yeah. Hey, Matt Dev. Okay. So I think we have enough to go off of. Maybe you can even hire temporary workers. Yeah. I hate it, Chainer. R. Okay, so we originally set out with all these goals, right? Have something else to do in the game, address player confusion, address the items and vendors I'm meeting much right now. I don't think we did this part. We did a little bit, I guess. Rare customers only buy a specific item. But yeah, in the game right now, you get a whole bunch of items, and it's like, I don't care that there's an armor. I don't care that there's a potion. They all just represent money. They're all eventually going to get sold. So what do we do about that bit? Looking to potentially start making an in-browser side-scrolling MMO game like MapleStory. Mostly done front-end web dev most of my career. Any advice on libraries to begin with? You know, I've made a couple of web games, and I feel like if I were to make another one, I would probably just start with a game engine and do everything in the game engine. It's not like you can't bundle a web game to be a desktop app, throw it in Electron or something, but I'd probably just look into a game engine. It'll be a little different for you to get used to, but I think it'll make things a lot easier. If you're not going to go that route, by the way, I would say that either you typically have to cobble together the technologies you want to use yourself, like Three.js as the renderer and Howler for audio or something, or you could use an HTML game engine like Phaser. I'm not sure how good this is now. I tried this back in like 2016, 2015. This is actually what Botland I think was originally written in. They're using Pixie as a renderer, and then I ended up just switching to Pixie and using that directly myself. Yeah. And then for the back end, I mean, if you're making an MMO, a back end for an MMO is, I don't think, the easiest thing to do. Because if you think of all the different pieces you need, there's got to be the account management. There's got to be like the actual like game servers, some database running somewhere with everything that you need. Maybe you want like a caching layer, so you're not reaching out to the database for everything. Maybe those are the game servers. And yeah, my advice, and this should not mean a whole lot, is probably don't tackle an MMO as your first game project. Probably just do like any other thing. Maybe you could make it a single player version of the game you want to make. Yeah. The category of customer makes sense, like forest customers that need some category of items. Then you could have the region of the world be more integrated with the village part. I think so. This thing about rare customers that only want to buy a specific item, I think the issue we kind of have is that there's no function to items. They are just delayed forms of money. And because of that, it doesn't matter if we had the same picture for all of these. All you really care about is what's that number right above the item. It's 3. Okay, cool. It's not that valuable. It's 11. Okay, it is valuable. They do have some purpose to being different item types. The armors only go to the armor smith, and the potions only go to the alchemist, and the blacksmith gets the weapons. But that's not a really meaningful distinction to players, I think. Maybe it'll be slightly more meaningful when they're building the shops and understand that, like, wait, I can't even sell weapons. In fact, I think we'd have to explain that too. Maybe that's the next thing we have to tackle as part of this. Still haven't really tackled the bit about items not mattering too much, or at least not their categories. Does there need to be some sort of demand cycle? Okay, so I think there are kind of two problems, maybe. So one problem is players don't really care which items are dropping right now. There's no real difference between a sword and a potion. They both sell for X gold. Sure, you have different shops and they may have differing numbers of item displays. That's quite minor. That's one problem. And I guess the other problem is, like, maybe you could say it this way, you can spam battles at the same location and never have any penalty. But this is going to be addressed slightly by something else. But I think this is the key problem I'm trying to address. And I don't know how to address it just yet. Oh, if you are going to do Realm of the Mad God, I have the perfect thing for you, which is this. This is fully open source, and it's a game I made in the Realm of the Mad God style. And I even made a course based on this that teaches you how to make this game. Except for I can't play it easily on this keyboard because I don't have WASD. I don't even know where. There we go. Yeah, so you could rotate the camera. This is probably nausea inducing for some people. And you had some abilities that you could use. You could use rapid fire and shoot a bunch of arrows. I don't know where the enemies are right now. Aha. There they are. Yeah. Anyway, be an easier way to learn. Okay, well, in general, the items not mattering. High level solutions could be give them more of a function. Part of this was like customers may only want certain items. I know people have said this, but I think if customers are like, oh man, customers just seem to want weapons right now, what would you change about your gameplay? And you'd be like, okay, if customers only want weapons, I want to go to the place that mostly drops weapons. So you go to your dungeon list and you're like, I guess that's the volcano or whatever it is you pick. And then that's it. You've now made a decision and it kind of stops mattering for some time until you see the demand is shifting quite a lot. You just have specifics that the ratio would change with the seasons. Yeah. So yeah, customer demand is one way of doing this. Another way of doing this is add some special functions somehow, equipping, dismantling, etc. Oh, actually, this is kind of going to be the case. We had planned on, actually, I didn't really talk about dismantling completely, did I? I guess I need to write that down. Do we need to have dismantling of items? If so, how does that work? How do you choose to dismantle an item? Yeah. On allowing dismantling, e.g., swords turn to steel, armor turns to leather, potions turn to glass. That could kind of make it matter. But at the end of the day, you probably still just need to dismantle an even number of each of the kinds of items. So it probably wouldn't make too much of a difference. Maybe there's a how would that work? I was gonna say maybe there's a shop and that's your dismantler and you get to I guess there's another implicit question, which is have I added too much complexity with all of this? Are we back into a crafting system? Not quite. So the way I was picturing this is imagine like sword can turn into 3 steel and like dragon sword can turn into 9 steel. So it's not exactly crafting, it's just turn the item into its primary resource component. I mean, maybe we say like 9 steel, 1 wood or something, and there can be some overlap there, or leather, I don't know what. Should knights be able to improve adventurers to progress to harder dungeons? I wanted to avoid equipping. I feel like equipping does not do anything good for this game. And I know I end up saying this quite a lot, but when I think of equipping, first of all, there's the like understanding the impact of the gear. And at the very least in this kind of game, you would need plus attack and plus defense. But in a lot of games, you have a whole bunch of mods, things like life steal and effects that you could do and resistances and whatever else. And then you get to the point where, okay, now you got to understand the impact. So you need some like comparison thing. You need the inventory and equipment screens. You need to manage what those windows look like side by side. How do you have enough screen space? Are they covering battles, et cetera, et cetera? What's the point of all of this? Like, how do you know when to upgrade? Do you need to upgrade? I just don't think it helps the game. I think it's a level of complexity that is not needed. Then are we back to, oh yeah, and then those resources are sold to customers for more than the sword. No, those are used to build, yeah. So these would be building resources. Plan on dismantling for to acquire building resources or resources for building. Is it considered equipping if it's just acting as an upgrade? No management involved is what I was thinking. Yeah, so that was the other way. If you wanted a very simplified equipment system, you could do something where it's like stats are always just plus attack or plus defense, and each item is strictly better or strictly worse than every other item. So there's no choice anymore. It's just your stats will get better as you equip this stuff. And I think there's a way we could potentially do this such that we just don't need equipment UI or anything. But to be honest, I think it's kind of just, hey, you level up your adventurers. And maybe leveling up would be done by turning in items in the future. So it's like, hey, bring me 6 swords and 7 armors and you get a level up. I don't totally know how that happens. Maybe it's just that, hey, we've equipped all of your adventurers, that sort of thing. In fact, actually, that's something I didn't consider. I wanted all your adventurers to be the same level, but what if your adventurers leveled up by the same, like, item progression? So level 2 took a sword and a cloak, and level 3 took a, I don't know, two bows or something like that. I'm just making things up, and so on and so forth. And that way, every time you wanted to get an adventurer to level 2, you actually needed to just keep turning in swords and cloaks, which should be easy for you to get. But I think that's still tedious. If they're for building, what are the buildings for? And what happens when you built everything? Is at the end of the game? Yeah, the buildings would be... Where did I write it down? Okay, you'd build shops. So you start and you just have one shop like the alchemist, so you can only sell potions. And then you eventually build the blacksmith. And now you can start selling weapons. So as you progress through the game, you'll start getting weapons, and then you'll start getting armors. And the armors will mean they'll just go to waste at first, and you'll need to build a shop for that. Then you can build more item displays in the shop. You can build paths to the storeroom. Item displays in both shops and storeroom. Maybe just the storeroom. Then you could build a guild to hire adventurers. Or maybe manager levels. Yeah, maybe it's just help wanted signs for the yeah. Maybe the guild is just for leveling up adventurers, and the help wanted signs are for hiring them. Yeah, and then I was thinking portals to new locations. Maybe you start and the only place you can do battle is the forest, and you have to build the portal to the dungeon. Because a lot of what this system is meant to address is player confusion. So some people were saying, hey, I unlocked a new location, because every time you beat an entry in this list, you get the next entry in the list. So they were like, I unlocked a new location, but I didn't know how I unlocked it. So what if it wasn't automatic? You unlocked it by building it, and you knew what it cost to build one at any given time. I think we have enough to go on for coding. I mean, we need to consolidate all these ideas. Oh, I didn't finish the dismantling items thing. Do we need to have dismantling items? I feel like you do. It's a choice of, do you want to build stuff? Well, I guess this couldn't happen automatically though, right? Or maybe the shops dismantle them? Maybe the shops dismantle them, and there's a switch in each shop for dismantle item versus sell item. That could be kind of interesting. I don't understand how I don't know how you would render this. Like, you put a sword on the display and then it just it just melts into nothing. Or maybe you give it to the shopkeeper. Yeah, that could work. Okay, yeah. When set to dismantle, workers would bring items to the shopkeep, and they would convert it into the constituent materials. Maybe this would also turn the existing item displays into item sources. Not sure. Can you lose? No. There's no losing in the game. I wanted it to be a very laid back game. I don't want you to be locked into choices. Like, all the skill points, you can just right click and remove them if you want, and then put them in other skills. And same thing with player skills. You could just take them out of here and put them over here, for example. Yeah, actually, that's true. You're dead in this game. You're a skeleton, so you actually died as the game started. You already lost your real game. So is there losing? Yes. Have you lost? Yes. Necessarily, if you played the game, you have lost. All right, I like this idea. I think this will at least work. You have some way of like maybe you talk to the NPC, or maybe there's just a switch. I don't know what it would be exactly. Maybe it could be like a wood chipper thing. Yeah, also you need to unlock auto battling for sure. It shouldn't just be a given. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I can see this coming together. I think there's another kind of high level question here, which is have we added too much complexity? Could anything be simplified? Be building. I guess we'd show you some like part of the town. You need to know where customers come in. We probably need customers to just wander into your town. Yeah, I think you're really good at building signs. So I think the start of the game is you built a sign that says Skeleton. You start and it's just you put up a sign that says Skeleton next to a path where customers can enter. Yeah, that way you know how customers enter your town. It'd be like from the left side or something. Cross a bridge, they enter your town, they buy some stuff. Yeah, an empire through a series of help wanted signs. I like it. Help wanted, slay dragon. Help wanted, build building. Help wanted, give me fulfillment. So the dismantling of items, is it going to be clear? Like how are you going to get resources if you don't do that? The reason I felt like it has to be a toggle on your shop is because I don't want you to have to manually click items, especially because you'd be fighting the workers, right? Like the workers are already moving toward the item, and before you can click this, it might already get picked up. And I don't want you to be like, no, 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 come back, stop it, and then try to manage it. So I think it's better to just manage it at the destination, click this guy, and be like, dismantle new items. Or maybe it's a special kind of building. It's kind of a chicken and egg problem. You'd have to be given resources in order to build the stuff in the first place so that you could then get resources to build more stuff. And if it is its own shop entirely, I mean, I guess it could have custom controls. It could just be the forge and you throw potions in. I don't think that makes sense. What does make sense? Like, how would you deconstruct items in their constituent parts in a generic way? Magic, and that's it. It's just magic. Yeah, so there's some sort of magic deconstructor, and I guess you turn it on for certain. Yeah, it's got to be something like that. I don't know exactly how it's going to work, but it's got to be something like that. I think I like the idea of having a magic deconstructor. maybe you find it in a dungeon that can be set to deconstruct one type of item, and you can eventually get multiple of these. They would take priority over shop displays, but not over quests, probably. Well, I don't know what the magic deconstructor would be. I think it would just be a device. It could be a cauldron or something. It could be anything that you throw an item into and it just spits out some resources. Yeah. And it's either on or off. I guess 3 of these. Yeah, you can either turn it on or off. Have a tooltip when you hover over it telling you what it does. Yeah, I mean, there's still a lot to figure out with how this is going to work with the map. Yeah, we got to try it. We got to try it. Okay, so I think the remaining thing we need to do is just file all these other issues that we have. And I think that's what we're going to do in the afternoon. I mean, technically it's already afternoon, but I got to get some lunch. Deconstruct a vial of potion into water. Well, I was thinking more like if potions turn into glass, then don't you deconstruct it by just taking the cork off, turning it upside down, and now you're done? You've got the glass. Like, that's why it needs to be magic, because I don't otherwise know how you're dealing with these resources. Also, why do you even need glass? These buildings don't have glass. Maybe the potions make glue. We need a place to render where your building materials are too, which I don't know. There's I'm still not totally happy with this. I guess I do need to add another question. Can there a need for 3 different crafting materials? Sounds like a good way to kill everything around the shop, or make mega plants that then you could kill for better items. Is there a need for 3 different building materials, I guess? If so, which ones make the most sense? If not, how are our items different from one another? So is the medium level loop, go fight, get loot, sell or dismantle, build up the town, unlock more fight zones, some other things that affect fighting. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. So it's pretty much what's already in the game right now, except for you'd be building up your town. And life values would persist at the end of a battle. So if you took 10 damage, you'd be minus 10 life at the end of the fight, and you need to heal. Just thinking, if auto battle is on, I didn't want the adventurer to be in town, but you could always toggle it on and off like this, which would pop them in and out of town repeatedly, I guess. I don't know. We got to figure that out. Where did I write that down? Here it is. I still don't really have an answer for this. You can repeatedly toggle auto battle on and off, though. I don't know if that would be a problem. Fighters need to eat, rest, and recover in town. I don't know exactly how it would work. What I was thinking is you have an auto battle setting. And then I was originally thinking something like this. You have auto battle, and then underneath you have another checkbox that says something like wait until full health. And you could choose to check this. And if you didn't, your battlers would just keep going. And I don't think I answered what happens if they die. I guess they just lose the battle. Yeah. So if you keep entering a battle with one life, you're going to eventually just enter a retry loop forever. You would need to manage it. Why would you ever not have that box checked, though? Wait until full health. No, I think auto battle would wait until you're at full health. Yeah. And if you wanted to battle sooner than that, you would have to just manually control it. That way we don't add another checkbox here. So if you see this thing starting and you're like, just go now, then just start it. Yeah, I like that. Where did I really got to put all this stuff in one spot. I was all over the place and I hadn't planned on doing game design today. There's the auto battle. Add some strategy if you want to do it. I don't think we need that. Yeah, I like this the best since I don't think people. Oh, wait, but then there's no real point to persistent life, is there? I guess there is for the manual players. So there'd be multiple regenerations, overtime out of battle when eating or when resting. The overtime out of battle, definitely. There's also in battle, you could be healing with heal abilities. But then I don't know if your adventurers are going to go back into town in between battles. And it depends on how long the regeneration time should be. Like if it took 2 minutes to regenerate, yeah, you'd probably want there to be an inn. You probably wouldn't mind if it took 5 seconds for your characters to walk to the inn, then rest, then 5 seconds to walk back, because it's faster than 2 minutes. Oh man, I'm really torn on this. I think we would always wanted to wait until you're at full life. If you're present at your computer, you can always just start the battle early anyway. If you're not present, you'd never want that box unchecked. Heal spells are only in battle. Would you want to go in an easier region to heal before going to the harder region? Yeah, I think we'd have to prevent you from wanting to do that by just making sure that the heal time isn't too long. Because, yeah, it would be really tedious to have to manage your party just to get a healer in there because it's faster than having to wait. Yeah. The amount of time it takes to wait for full life shouldn't be so long that you're incentivized to set up a healing party and go to a low level area. But it shouldn't be so short that you ignore defensive abilities. Yeah, there, okay. I still I still feel like there are some questions I have. Make sure everything sounds good. I'm still uncertain about some things. Have we added too much complexity? What do we do about adventurers acting as more than just battlers? Should we remove their ability to do work? It would simplify a lot. Maybe closing the battle window is something we allow, and that's what makes them act like workers again. If not, they could still be in town wandering to the inn or something to heal up. I feel like there's a puzzle piece missing that could make the game more whole, but I can't put my finger on it. I don't think I'd want to put mana in the game because you're not directly managing it. Your adventurers just use their abilities when they can. So if we put in mana, it'd have to be like you'd probably want to manage it. Excuse me. Yeah, I think your adventurers hang on a second. Excuse me. I think your adventurers appearing and disappearing from town is not something I like. And I think once we have the portals that they can go into the portal. Although would they have to? I don't know. Because this concept of what if they all had to run to the portal in order to start battle? You might have a party of 3 people who are at different parts of the world, and now you click start battle and they're actually running there, and it might not be obvious to you what's going on. But having them just appear and disappear. Well, maybe we could just show them, but like fade it out and indicate that they're in battle. I don't think that would be good. Yeah, I don't think that would be good. Yeah, I think if you have this screen open, they're like in this zone. And when they pop out of there, yeah. I think that's maybe the best thing. Maybe adventurers do have to go to the portal in order to start a battle. And yeah, closing the battle window is the only thing that pops them out of that portal again. Yeah. This would mean the beginning of the game needs to give you an item display or a storeroom, or else there'd be no way for you to get items. Would persistent health, overtime heal, and travel time help with your original multi-parties? The travel time is more to explain what's going on with your adventurers. And it's not that it's supposed to help with multiple parties. It's supposed to help with incentivizing the use of defensive abilities and giving a bit of a penalty for dying. I think those are the problems that it's solving. Hey, Bressel. There's some delay in the webcam or audio? Interesting. I haven't heard that from anybody else so far. Yeah, the music I ended up holding off on. I feel like I should just do it off stream. I think the game design is much more important right now. Can we simplify anything? Consolidate it all into one location. Probably GitHub. Or the main design document. I want to be able to throw this document away. Hear voices before I see your mouth move. Is anyone else having that happen too? It doesn't sound like the kind of thing that could be problematic on the client side, but no one's mentioned it. Nope, seems fine. Okay, yeah. Yeah, maybe refreshing would work. Maybe low latency mode. Hmm. Multiple resources. I just don't like that idea. I don't really like the idea of having 3 more currencies that we add. And they're just used for building. And there was another problem too, which is what do you do at the end of the game? What are you building at the end of the game? Huh, interesting. It's not working for you on any browser, even refreshing. Maybe it's happening for everybody, but it's so subtle that you're the only one who can see it. I don't know, but I haven't changed any settings as far as I know. Yeah, the microphone cable's too long. Speed of light isn't fast enough. Is there, I guess the thing I need to ask with this is there another way of solving these problems? Another way of solving these problems that I set out to solve? Yeah, who knows? Maybe it was FL Studio. Maybe it was, I don't know, maybe it's still using the wrong microphone. Although I doubt that at least. It was happening for me. Just pause. I just unpaused. Sorry, pause and unpause. Okay, yeah. Thank you, Mystical Cell. Do we have a stream too today? Yeah. Yeah, I've gone very long on this one. I should get lunch pretty soon, but I said that a while ago. I'm feeling uneasy because remember the thing we set out to do were address these 3 problems. And I'm not sure about building. How else could building work? I'm 99% sure that building is important. Yeah. All right, yeah. Take care, Presla. The stream's probably ending pretty soon anyway. I think I should take a lunch break and then come back and address some of these things. Let's write in the old journal. Worked on game design, even though I'd originally said on Monday that I was going to work on music. I just feel like the game design is more pressing right now. Yeah. Is there much skill in assigning who to what dungeon? That would be something to do. There's not really skill in it, no. The way it works right now is just there's like a recommended level, which is just arbitrary. And you pick what your party's going to be, and you can see how your party works. And then eventually we're going to add some stats to the end battle screen so that you can tell like, oh, this did way more damage than it normally does. So there's some amount of like paying attention, but once you have it on, you can, or once you have a battle that worked, you can just repeat the battle infinitely. So I theorize that with a game like this, because of how easy it is to automate, that people will just get to a state that is good enough and not try to like hyper optimize. They'll do little optimizations here and there. Some players might, but in general, they're going to be like, okay, this works. I'm getting money. Yeah, why bother? Yeah. Take a resource flow lens on that. Items, adventurers, skill points, buildings, customer, shopkeeper. Something else I'm missing? I don't think you're missing anything. maybe just battles. I don't know if you count that as adventurers, and shopkeepers have quests. But yeah, that should be it, I think. How am I doing? I'm doing pretty well. I think I've been working too much lately. I put in kind of a grind toward launching, and then I said I'm gonna calm down, and I didn't. I put in a lot of time over the weekend. I was doing music stuff. I've just been doing a lot. And that's why I'm like, I better pay attention to breaks today. I say as I am an hour late to my lunch break. But yeah, post lunch, I think it's just going to be mostly organization. Still trying to figure out some of the game design stuff, but just getting everything in one spot. I, I kept coming up with ideas and reading through feedback while I was on my phone, and I just put it somewhere, not in GitHub necessarily. And I didn't know it would be good yet. I didn't have the time to sit down and actually ponder this stuff. We spent a pretty solid like 4 hours today just trying to think of things and answer questions. And I think we're closer. I'm not sold yet. I'm not absolutely convinced on this stuff. But yeah, I'll get going. I will see you all hopefully in about an hour maybe. Yeah, it's about 12:30 for me. So yeah, probably at like 1:30. And I'll probably stream for 2.5 hours, something like that. Uh-oh, that doesn't sound good. Quit and reopen. All right, change the outro. All right, yeah. See you, everybody. Hopefully after lunch. Take care.